Hey-oh! Got home from work, put on new clothes, and here I am. Christina, I'm trying to find that clip from yesterday, but the Law and Seaward stream was only 7 hours and 18 minutes. I don't know which stream that happened in. So if you could try to find which one, because not the ones I'm checking. Okay. We are going through yesterday afternoon. We will catch up, and then we will go through to lunch. Maybe longer, because tomorrow is May 1st, and it's a national holiday in Sweden. So I might just keep going today. I don't know. Yeah, but interesting from yesterday was the witness, Gautier, getting offended by the word plural. She was so offended. Are you insulting my intelligence? Ree! She simply didn't know what the word meant. When Mr. Shard asked her, what about the guns? Plural. Jesus Christ. Well, we are going to continue with the cross-examination from yesterday. They did have... No, let's see here. He was done with the cross-examination, wasn't he? Yeah, so will be doing the redirect. What? Am I looking at the right day here? Hold on while I... Oh, there it is. I was watching the wrong day. Now let's see. What was that? 8:03:32. Let's see if we can find it. Dun dun dun. I was... dun dun dun. Let's see. Dun dun dun. So we get to see what happened at the very end, pun intended, yesterday. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom.
She spoke to certain witnesses and wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is
Oh. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh. Oh wow. Well, we will get back to that eventually. And it is, well, going into Mr. Steele's continued cross-examination.
Please be seated. All right, Mr. Steele.
And let's see how many more questions he can get in there.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah. Well, now at least he is prepared. He knows what the judge did to Mr. Shard. And so, I mean, Mr. Steele is good. So, there, cross-examination of Ms. Gautier. And there was some interesting facts brought out to light. For instance, she left the police force in 2020. She left the gang unit in 2017. She was promoted out, so to speak. And then she left in 2020. And she was hired by the neighboring county in the, I believe, within the court system. She only worked for 2 months before she quit because it wasn't for her. I would assume it was because they thought that she, after 19 years of the force, actually did work. And she didn't. So, let's go.
I want to talk with you, if we could, about the snake intertwined through the skull of the eagle. You know what I'm referring to for a second?
The album cover?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we put up Mr. Williams? I believe it's in evidence. If it's not, please tell me that I'm wrong. But I believe it's already admitted. It's 70. Mr. Williams, exhibit 70A. If not, it's already in evidence under another exhibit number.
And welcome.
Who's gonna put it up?
Thank you for
Mr.
being
Cook, if
here.
that's okay.
Yes.
It should be on your screen.
Yes, sir.
And in the screen on top of you, the jurors may know, sorry, but it's in green. Is that the way your screen is too?
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's not that way. I thought you meant the green on the snake. My apologies.
No, that's fine. Okay. And the album cover, though, if you remember, is not green, right? It's just
No.
a display on top of your.
Remember, she claims to be a gang expert, which means she would supposedly have in-depth information. Okay, let's see how much depth
Yeah,
that
this
is.
background colors white.
All right. Now, I want to talk with you about this, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
This is approximately, do you remember the year by any chance?
I don't call the exact year, top of my head.
It's fine.
Oh, you have a
2017 sound
daily
possible?
quick bites. Not only is this in evidence, according to this gang expert, this album cover means that the green snake, the symbol of YSL, is making a mockery out of the eagle head, which is a symbol for another gang, the IF gang. Here's the thing. IF and YSL are both blood. It's just two divisions of the same gang. And apparently, that's news to this gang expert. Well, the defense can't say it, but I am also not surprised that the prosecution won't say it, because that would ruin the gangs are feuding. Well, they are both affiliated with Bloods.
Am I right?
You say so, I believe you.
Okay. And when is the first time that you noticed this image or album covering? I'm referring all the time to Jeffrey Williams, Exhibit 78.
When the album was released, again, I'm not sure of the exact year of it, but I believe it was 17, like you stated.
Okay. And you knew that this album was released by Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Sure, yes.
A performer known as Young Thug.
Yes, sir.
And Future, do you know who Future is by any chance?
No, he's another Atlanta rapper, correct?
Yeah.
Or entertainer.
Yeah, and they're both collaborating on this album, fair to say?
That's fair.
And were you aware at the time or now that YSL logo mascot, whatever the right word is a snake?
At the time, yes.
Okay, and were you aware either then or now, just correct us, that Future's logo was an eagle?
It was an eagle, but not this depiction of an eagle, but yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask you a couple of things about that. What you're saying, if that's okay. Now, from your vantage point, I think you told the jury you didn't just say that's wrong. I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
But this somehow was inspiring or an exciting part of the gang war that you told us about. Fair to say that this picture, that's how you took it. It was insulting to Ida.
I stand this form. You can rephrase, sir.
The reason that this caught your eye is you believe, I think you told the jury, and if you did, just say misunderstood and incorrect.
Okay.
That this album cover was somehow throwing gasoline on a gang war. Is that something
Yes,
like that?
yes.
And that's because it's your understanding that the snake really is kind of inside, the way I look at it, the skull of the rival gang. That's how you look at it. Fair to say?
That was a depiction that the gang unit had based on our previous dealings with both individual gangs.
Now,
And I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I cut you off. You know.
And their emblems that they use to represent themselves.
Now, I want to ask you some questions.
Mhm.
Just tell me, best your memory, who you spoke with and what you did about, okay? The performer known as Future that I've been asking about. Were you aware that he was signed at the time of this record album cover by Sony Records?
No, I was not.
Were you aware?
Were you aware? Remember, this is a gang expert who should have in-depth information about these gangs and the members.
That Sony Records also has a subsidiary, meaning a subpart, Epic Records.
I object to, that's not in evidence, assuming that's not in evidence with the report you're aware of.
I'll sustain the objection.
Of
Did you
course
know?
you are.
That Epic Records was a subpart of Sony Records.
Objection still, Your Honor, for assuming that's not.
I sustain the objection.
Just asking the question.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever look at the back of the album cover to see who produced that album with that artwork?
No, I wasn't. If this was, I trust what you say. It was released in 2017, is what you said? Is that what you said? 2017? I wasn't in the gang unit in 2017.
But at any time, did you?
She wasn't even in the gang unit in 2017. But how could she talk to the gang unit about this album cover then? Isn't that strange? It's almost as she's making shit up.
Since you took note of it, did you talk to your coworkers and anybody just look at the back of the record album?
Yeah, we spoke about the record, but that wasn't part of the conversation to look at who produced it.
Did you ever attempt, when I say you, I'm including your team,
Right,
okay?
I understand.
Ever speak with anybody to find out whose idea was that artwork?
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustain
I'm
the
not
objection. I
asking-
sustain the objection.
Okay, don't
Calls
speculate.
for speculation.
Did you ever bother, and I don't mean that in insulting, just did you ever take the time to find out who did that artwork?
What's the relevance of who drew it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the gang expert. Well, maybe Miss Goatbeard or Goatbeard, I don't know. Maybe if you found out who did the artwork, you could have found out that maybe it was a gang member, and that would solidify your opinion. But you're a moron, so you don't know. You're just making shit up, as you have done your entire career in law enforcement, avoiding work.
Just asking, did you do that?
Objection, relevance.
It's the image that we've been talking about.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer as you can now.
Yes, it wasn't relevant enough that who drew it for me to ask or inquire.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I think I cut you off. You said it wasn't relevant who drew. Is that what you said?
For me, it was not relevant, the artist.
And how much input did Jeffrey Williams or anyone with YSL have in creating that artwork?
Objection, foundation, basis,
I s-
speculation.
I state the
Is it
objection.
important?
Remember, the prosecution has brought this up on numerous times because of relevancy to the charge. But when the defense tries to go into depth of it, what did you actually know? Then it's irrelevant. Why? Because it takes work. And the prosecution knows Miss Goatbeard hates work.
To know how much input Jeffrey Williams himself would have into that artwork.
Objection, made.
I state the objection.
How is it important to you as an investigator, and you've been qualified as an expert, and I'm talking about YSL, is it important to you to know whether Jeffrey Williams had any involvement in the creation of that artwork?
For me, the creation of the album, no, but the message that can be interpreted by artwork is based on the individual viewer. And coming from the gang unit, you talk about free bands. I've never seen Future or free bands represent themselves with just the skull here. I've seen images of If Gang represent themselves with If Gang, ABG, with just the head of the bird, not the full wings like free bands. So my interpretation of it was.
My interpretation, because I worked in the gang unit, Jesus Christ, lady, how can you breathe and talk at the same time? Because you have to have an inner monologue in your head. Breathe in, breathe out. There has to be an inner monologue because there's something very, very lacking inside that skull. And I'm not talking about the eagle skull.
Disrespect.
Since you interpret it like that, would it be important to know whether Jeffrey Williams had any involvement with that artwork?
If he put his name on it, there's some level of involvement
The artwork, the cover?
with what's being put out and representing his name. That's what I would conclude.
How about YSL? Any members of the record label, or whoever you want to call it, YSL? How much input did anyone with YSL have to create it?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I state the objection.
Do you know whether anyone with YSL had any input at all?
Again, I conclude that if someone put their name on something to be presented to the world and represent themselves, you would have some level of input on what's being put out.
This is a woman or a person. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. She's more or less saying she doesn't want to do work. So she comes to a conclusion and she sticks with it. And she doesn't even bother finding out facts, because that might introduce the possibility she might be wrong.
To the world.
Did you do anything to corroborate your belief?
Objection, made.
Overrule the objection.
As in,
Anything?
no, it's not against the law to make an artwork. It's not illegal. I was investigating crimes, not just
So
specifically
why
artwork.
did you have an opinion about this then?
Are you familiar with YSL putting out an album cover with an eagle holding a snake in its hand? Are you familiar?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, if you can show me something, I can tell you if I've seen it or not.
Let me show you what has been already marked as Jeffrey Williams number 221F. May I put?
You may, sir. Just show it to the state.
Thank you. I've already sent them previously, and I didn't.
Now they're going into different album covers, but
Sure.
apparently that's irrelevant
How would you
too.
recognize that?
In a minute.
I think I may have seen this. Yes.
And does it look like what you have seen before, meaning is it accurate from what you remember previously?
It looks accurate. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number, that would be 221F.
Your Honor, I would object unless additional foundation is laid. There's no.
Can I see it, please?
One kind of rule for the prosecution and one kind of rule set for the defense.
I state the objection at this point.
How have you seen Mr. Williams' 221F?
Say it one more time.
How have you seen Mr. Williams' 221F?
I may have seen it online.
And what did you recognize it to be?
An album cover?
And I've already asked you this, I want to ask you again, does it look similar to what you've seen online or identical to what you remember seeing online?
In reference to the same picture? Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
Your Honor, I believe the foundation has been laid.
State, you have any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
What's the number of these exhibits, sir?
221F.
So 221 alpha, is that what you said?
F.
Oh, 225.
Can we show it with Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor?
Just hold on one second. Let me admit it first. Okay, JW 221F is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Do you know what year this came out?
I do not.
That's fine. And here, there is an eagle. You recognize at least a depiction of an eagle?
Yeah, it's like large bird.
And then a snake being held?
It's a large bird. Meh. It's a large bird. Meh.
Yes.
And you know the artist named Sergio Kitchens who performs under the name Gunna?
I don't know him personally, but I've heard of his name.
A part of YSL?
Sir?
Part of YSL?
Yes.
And then Roddy Rich, RODDYRICCH, that's a performer, right?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yes, sir.
And they did this album that with the judge admitted 221F. It's not the album, it's the cover, the artwork of the album, right?
Correct.
And in this one, you notice that there's a snake, that's a symbol of YSL, right?
Yes.
And then the eagle carrying the snake. Fair to say? The eagle's holding the snake.
Yes.
And did you know that Roddy Rich's album or motto or logo or symbol is the eagle? Did you know that?
Objection. Assuming that's not
I'm
an
asking you whether the witness.
I stand in objection.
Did you know whether Roddy Rich's symbol was an eagle?
objection. Assuming that's not an
I stand in objection.
Based upon your knowledge, do you know whether Roddy Rich's symbol is an eagle?
I do not.
Did you ever look into this?
An album
Yeah,
cover?
but-
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. As part of this case, you ever look into this album cover? You ever find this fascinating or interesting?
It's not fascinating to me. No, I didn't look into it.
Now, you're aware of Mr. Williams'
But the other one was because, ooh, dangerous, putting fuel on the fire, dangerous. Or this is what Miss Love showed me. And I made crap up, and I'm on the stand, and have mouth diarrhea, being easily offended. She left the Atlanta Police Department. I don't know if it was voluntarily or not. I've heard interesting rumors that it might not have been very voluntarily because, as I said, she hates to work. And that was in 2020. And then she tried to get a job at the neighboring county's court staff, something. And 2 months later, she didn't have a job there anymore. Why? She doesn't like to work.
is not the only artist who, if you are familiar, who uses a animal or symbol as a model or logo. Is that true?
Objection, compound, and base.
I stand in question.
Are you familiar that the artist Lil Wayne,
Yes.
Wayne Carter?
Yes.
You familiar that he uses a goat
A goat to do what?
as his symbol? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the album where Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne have a goat and a snake on the cover?
A goat and a snake?
Artwork.
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
Are you familiar with the performer known as Lil Baby?
Yes.
Are you familiar that Lil Baby uses a sculpture of a little child?
I stand in question.
Based upon your personal knowledge, do you know whether Lil Baby has a sculpture of a child as his model or logo?
No.
You don't know that? Okay. You don't know
I
that?
answer no.
Are you familiar with an album cover where Jeffrey Williams and Lil Baby collaborated, and there's a snake and the sculpture of a little baby on the album cover? Are you familiar with
Objection,
that?
compound.
I stand as to form.
Are you familiar with an album cover between Lil Baby and Jeffrey Williams or YSL member Gunna, where there is a snake and a statue of Lil Baby?
No.
Are you familiar with Jeffrey Williams and Future doing another album cover where there are two eagles and a snake. Are you familiar with that?
As far as album covers, no, I'm not familiar with the artwork.
Let me just show you this the questions you remember.
Let me show you some of the artwork here. Here is one. Rolly Rich and Gunna. Now the eagle is holding the snake. Isn't that fuel on the fire? Huh? Then you have the goat and the snake. And you have this. And I mean, there's so much. So much. And you know what? It's just album covers.
And if it doesn't, just say it doesn't.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Showing you Mr. Williams, 2212.
I'm not familiar with this.
Now, are you familiar with the performer known as Drake?
I'm going to fill up my
Drake?
coffee.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you know whether he has an owl as his?
Yeah, I know.
symbol?
That's an eagle skull. If you
Yes.
can't tell the
So-
difference between an eagle and a crow, there's something wrong with you. There's something very, very wrong with you. If you can't tell the difference. A crow is a pure scavenger, eats anything, so it needs the pointy beak. An eagle is a predator, so it has the curved beak. How do you... How is that news to anyone? Now, if you're a concrete rose, yeah, okay, I can understand. But still,
It seems to me.
I need
that
to have more
you
coffee.
speak
I'll
with
be right
anyone
back.
in YSL about the artwork on State's Exhibit number 70A, right?
Objection as to testimony.
I stand objection.
You didn't speak, did you speak with anyone with YSL, any of the artwork people there, any of the managers, anybody? Jeffrey Williams 70A, it should be in front.
Objection as to
Say the question.
You didn't speak with anyone with Futures people, Sony Records or Epic, about 78 to see how that artwork was developed or created, right?
Again, the artwork is not illegal to do. And as well as I wasn't in the gang unit in 2017 and thereafter when this stuff allegedly came out.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible, from your expertise, that 70A, Jeffrey Williams 78, has nothing to do with
This
any
is
type of
78?
gang
I'm sorry.
activity? No, it's the one with the skull of the eagle and the snake going through it.
Okay.
No, I object to that question based on speculation. That is not.
I sustain it.
She is proffered as an expert. As an expert, you're allowed to speculate. But apparently, only when the state does it, only when the prosecution does it. Why? Because the judge has no spine. And apparently a very loose ass.
Detective Gaithers said,
I sustain it. So you can rephrase it more.
would you consider that you could be wrong? That artwork, which is on the screen now, 78, has anything to do with any type of influencing a gang war? You'd be wrong.
Could I be? I think anybody deserves to be wrong about something, but if you're saying artwork is left up to the interpreter. And as far as the gang unit and the back and forth shootings that we were working, it appeared relevant at that time.
I want to talk with you about the back and forth shootings.
Yes, sir.
Now, the back and forth shootings, I think you said during your direct testimony,
Mhm.
starting about around October 2014 and continued until you left the City of Atlanta Police Department. Is that fair to say?
I went back to about October to start looking. That was my starting point.
Now, do you see how prepared Mr. Steele is? He knows, okay, if this is allowed, here are the rest of the questions. If this is allowed, here are the rest of the questions. But it also tells you what a bastard the judge is in his rulings. Because Mr. Steele has to remove pages after pages with questions.
You agreed, or did I miss, you said October 2014 about, right?
I don't know if I said it started in October. I said that was my starting point
Okay.
to look back at.
So at least by October 2014.
At the very least. I didn't say it started in October.
Now, in October 2014,
Mhm.
using that as a starting point, understanding it might be before,
Correct.
just using October 2014. We then go through October, November, December, January, and got to January 10th, it's the killing of Donald Thomas. Fair to say?
That's true.
And January 2015.
Yes, sir.
We got about 3+ months from October 2014 to about January 10th.
Yes, sir.
And then it continues thereafter, right?
It does.
All right. Now, I want to go back to this fight or war starting around, it could be before October 2014. We have the IF gang, we have allegedly the YSL gang, right?
Yes. IF gang and YSL.
Yeah, and maybe other people, but that's basically what we're talking about.
Sure.
Okay. Now, did you know in 2014 whether Jeffrey Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in October 2014? Were you aware?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in November 2014?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in December 2014?
Assuming that's not in evidence.
He's just asking, are you aware? He's not offering it for the truth of the matter. He's asking this gang expert if she's aware. That is a proper question. But the prosecution doesn't like it. Objection. And the judge, why sustain?
Were you aware whether Jeffrey Williams permitted, and that, whatever, allowed, I don't know, was with, let me raise the question. Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in October 2014 during his musical concert?
Thank you, Cancer Moon, who says, to say something that's back represents death and that it looks deteriorated when it actually has shine to it shows they are interpreting a subjective thing how they want, and their opinions are wrong. Welcome to the show, Cancer Moon.
Objection, babe.
I'll rule objection.
No.
That's right. Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in November 2014 at Jeffrey Williams concert?
Your Honor, objection.
Isn't that weird? Donovan Thomas and Mr. Williams hung out in that time period where this absolute moron claims there was a gang war.
If that's not in evidence, assuming that's not.
I state the objection.
Did you know whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in November 2015 while Jeffrey Williams performed live shows?
No.
December 2014, were you aware whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in December 2014 when Jeffrey Williams was performing shows?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas on New Year's Eve of
Objection.
December 31, 2014, going to January 1, 2015?
Objection. Assuming that's not.
I state the objection.
Did you know whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas or Donovan Thomas was with Jeffrey Williams on New Year's Eve on December 31, 2014?
No, I was
Going
not.
into obviously January 1.
New Year's Eve to the New Year's Day. No.
Did you ever look at Donovan Thomas's postings on the social media promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
Objection, assuming that's not in evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
Based upon your work, did you ever look at Donovan Thomas's social media in October 2014, November 2014, December 2014, January 2014, promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
Objection, compound.
I'll state as the form. You can rephrase, sir.
All right, we're going to break it down into month by month. Did you ever look, and then tell the juries if you did, what you found, October 2014,
No.
Donovan Thomas's social media promoting Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Same question, November 2014.
No, sir.
Same question, December 2000.
No, sir.
Same question, beginning, obviously, God forbid, killing, but beginning of 2015, Jan.
I believe I saw, well, after his murder is when I first saw Mr. Thomas's social media page. I hadn't seen it before.
And I was inarticulate in my question. I don't care if you look backwards. I'm saying, do you remember October 2014?
Specific dates, no. I know that I first saw his page was after his murder.
You have a great memory right now of who you can pull out and tell us. And I'll show it to you. Donovan Thomas promoting Jeffrey Williams' music. October.
I don't,
I stand the objection.
I don't think it was vague at all. I understand you said so.
Okay,
Okay, I'm moving on. Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask you again.
Mhm.
At any time that you reviewed Donovan Thomas's social media. Okay.
Okay.
Did you find in October 2014, do you remember him promoting Jeffrey Williams?
I can't recall the exact date. I do believe he may have posted a picture or something of Mr. Williams, but to give you an exact date of what the context of the photograph was, I couldn't tell you.
Let me show you a couple of things.
Sure.
You want me to step back for a minute?
Yes, sir, you may.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk with you about what I call, I think referred to a repost, the Wiz app. You know what I'm talking about? You played it at the very end of court last Wednesday.
What was the last word you said before app?
You played it last Wednesday right before we broke.
The video?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
the video audio.
Yes, sir.
Number one, plural, blah, blah, blah.
Your Honor, can we put up, just look them up, you're able to do it, otherwise I'll ask someone else. The state's number 112 BB.
All right, sir.
And for the purposes of the record, so we could apply, we had 112, so I would make the video 112. Bravo.
Whatever's in evidence.
All right, then 112, Bravo, you play, okay?
You show it. That's it. Detective, while it's coming up, you're currently employed with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office?
No.
That's wrong, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever employed with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office?
Was
When did that end, I guess?
almost as soon as it started. It wasn't for me.
When did it start?
I believe it was August 2020, and I quit that in maybe late October.
Are you in law enforcement in any capacity now?
No.
All right, I think it's up. There's a line across, I don't know why, but was that line there? You see over Mr., what I'll call Mr. Williams' left eye, was that line there when you originally saw this?
No, it looked like this.
Okay, the line's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. When did you first see this?
Roughly around the same time it was posted. It was very early on in our investigations.
Okay, and it's posted, I believe it says on State's Exhibit number 112, or that's wrong, yeah, 112 BB-A, I think it is now. You see January 26, 2015?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that would be approximately 16 days after the killing of Mr. Thomas, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you see where it says repost, was that?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you and your teammates too,
Mhm.
to investigate what is WizApp? Learn about what is WizApp.
Why would I need to know what WizApp is?
I'm asking.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Well, maybe it's a bad question. What is repost WizApp?
I don't want to speculate the in and out details of it. I've seen it before, but I don't want to give you false information about what it is.
I'm not trying to get you to say false
I
information.
know, I'm just letting you.
What did you do though, or your teammates to get correct information? What is WizApp? Or excuse me, repost WizApp, if you know.
I'm not understanding what are you asking?
Did you or any of your teammates do anything to look into how somebody uses repost WizApp, that application?
No.
And then this is posted by not Mr. Williams, correct?
This particular post on the screen with the comments, this is Mr. Garlington's page, Demikian Garlington's page.
And we know that because I believe kind of towards the top center right,
Mhm.
S, and then instead of like a C, what I would say C, it's XAR underscore, then same thing, X replaced with C, so Scarface, but with 2 X's. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you know that through your investigation to be Demikian Garlington's Instagram account, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that there are voices in the background, correct?
Besides Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I have Mr. Williams up front, and then in the background I have other voices.
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, when this video audio was made by Mr. Williams?
May we approach?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry. I am typing an email at the same time, trying to do some work while I listen to this. I forgot to mute myself. I know I have a clickety-clackety keyboard, but it has colors, folks. It has colors. Huh? Sorry, folks. And now let's see if they get back. Yep.
State's Exhibit number 112 BBA.
Yep. This is the defense trying to show to the court, to this witness, that this is a cropped video. It's cropped in the beginning and it's cropped in the end. Thereby, it's not original. It has clearly been tampered with. The judge doesn't care, because that would make this exhibit gone again. Then the prosecution has to lay a new foundation. And Miss Love and Miss Gautier are quite alike. They don't like to work. Or, well, Miss Gautier doesn't like to work. Miss Love doesn't like to provide evidence. And the judge has no backbone.
Do you know where that recording is made?
No.
Do you know how many people were present when that recording was made?
Just listening to it, it sounds at least like 3 people, 3 at the least.
3 at the least, I think you said?
Yes.
Do you know whether other people are there who are not heard on the audio?
You said where they are?
No, I'm asking you, do you know whether other people are in the room who are not heard on the audio?
Maybe I'm not. Are you saying, do I know where they are or whether they are?
Let me ask you this one.
Uh-huh.
Would other people be there in the room where this is made, wherever this is made,
Mhm.
who are not audible on the 17 seconds or 15 second?
I understand that would be speculation.
Now, On January 26, 2015, is it fair to say that that's the date that YFM Lucy mother, Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's house was shot into? Well, I call it drive-by shooting, but whatever, was shot into from outside.
I don't know the exact date. I know her house was shot at least 3 times, and she was shot once. 3 separate incidents, excuse me.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams encouraged or consulted with Mr. Garlington to do this repost on January 26, 2015?
If he consulted with him?
Yeah, or encouraged him to do it?
No, sir.
Now, what we hear here, it starts in the middle of talking. Is that your understanding?
I don't know where it starts.
All right, well, let's listen to the, if we can just, we're gonna go a couple of times in this, if that's okay. I know it's
Sure.
short. But listen to the very beginning.
Mhm.
Tell me whether you hear somebody else speaking, not Jeffrey Williams, okay? Could you, and then we're gonna stop in a couple of seconds.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters.
You hear the beginning?
Yes.
Could you make out those words?
And I object to they have to clarify what's going on.
Yeah, which words are you talking about?
The first speaker is not Mr. Williams. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And did you make out do you know who that speaker is? The very first speaker.
I don't want to speculate. I got a good idea.
You know, I'm not trying to get you to violate your oath. Do you know who it is? Let's start there.
If I wasn't there, I'm certain I'm not going to say his name.
That's fine. All right. Do you hear those words from another person before Mr. Williams starts speaking?
Yes.
And on that, do you
Good
hear
call,
that speaker
Dead Ringer.
saying and
Dead Ringer says, Miss Love objecting, let's still say over and over and over again that the detective doesn't really know what she's talking about. I hope the jury picks this up. I hope at least one of the jurors is a teacher who recognizes stupid when she sees it. Because if you don't know the word plural, after being in law enforcement and claiming to be a gang expert, you're not a clever person.
swear to God, the truth, I'm going to lie on God. Do you hear that?
You can play it again. I can barely understand what he's saying.
We're going to play it a couple times if you need to, but I
Okay.
appreciate your time.
Hmm.
You just go to the beginning of that.
Yes. And regular.
You can slow it down if you want, but that's up to Detective Kid.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom.
Did you hear the first speaker, not Mr. Williams?
Mhm.
And swear to God, the truth, I'm going to lie on God. Did you hear that?
I heard something to that nature. I heard the on God part. I really couldn't understand what he was saying after.
We'll do it one more time, and if you don't, we'll just go to move on, okay?
Okay.
But that's it.
And it's in the motion.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom until God and his truth.
Did you hear that first speaker say something to the effect of, and swear to God, the truth, I'm going to lie on God?
I heard.
This is quite clever of Mr. Steele, because Mr. Steele knows that this witness wouldn't say anything helpful for the defense. So Mr. Steele puts it in the question, narrating to the jury what might be said here. Now, I have no clue because I'm too white.
I swear to God, and something about a lie. I didn't hear what you heard.
And when you take an oath and other people take an oath in a courtroom, is it tradition that we raise one hand, the right hand, and then we take an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Objection, no.
It goes for this video. All right. Do you know that when people testify in a courtroom, generally, they are sworn to tell the truth
Objection, no.
in relation to this video?
Oh.
Yes, sir.
And did you hear that speaker number one talk about, I'm going to lie on God?
As I stated, I didn't hear the last portion of it. I heard him say "swear to God" and something about lying. I couldn't understand the last portion of what he said.
I'm gonna do it one time and we're gonna continue.
I've heard it 3 times, Mr. Steele. I don't understand what he's saying, the last portion.
Then Jeffrey Willington, if you need to hear it, just let us know. He starts saying, so an N, like I said, the word, lie to their mama, lie to their kids, lie to their brothers and sisters, and get right in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Is that fair to say, close enough?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
So Mr. Williams is talking about people lying to their mothers, brothers, sisters, kids, right?
Your Honor, I object as to the speculation of witnesses.
That's the same objection.
I didn't ask for intent. Mr. Williams said, I'm not talking about intent. He said, he's talking about people lying, right? Or an N lying, right?
That's-
I object and ask the video to see.
That's the objection.
You heard on video that the jurors just heard Mr. Williams say 3 different times, people, the N lies, their mothers, brothers, sisters, kids, right?
Your Honor, I object to the video.
All right. Did you hear Mr. Williams then say, and then gets right in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
Now, did you hear a different speaker or the same speaker, but not Mr. Williams, say, that's what I'm talking about?
I don't recall. If you want to play that portion again, I'll let you know if I heard that.
You can start from the beginning.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get right in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You God.
Did you hear that second speaker, not Mr. Williams, say, that's what I'm talking about? Did you hear that?
No, I heard the FN word. I didn't hear what you're saying.
Right? You heard a different speaker, not Mr. Williams, say FN,
It wasn't Mr. Williams, no.
and then don't know exactly your bro. Did you hear that?
I heard talking, but I didn't hear that.
And then did you hear another speaker, not Mr. Williams, say nothing but the truth, so help you God? Did you hear that?
I heard God again. I don't think it was all of what you said.
Just do it one more time. Sure.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get right in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You God.
You snitching bitches?
From me and YSL.
Okay. Did you hear that? Nothing but the truth, so help you God, from someone not Mr. Williams?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
Right. And then Mr. Williams said something like, don't get it, y'all ends need to be effing, I'm not saying the words, kill bro. Hear that?
Yes.
And then you snitching bitches, someone else said, not Mr. Williams. True.
I don't believe that was Mr. Williams.
And then Mr. Williams ends it with, from me and YS. It cuts off.
I already said YSL, but if you say it cut off, okay.
Your Honor, I object to the video on certain pictures. That's fine.
That's the objection.
Now, from your investigation or your coworkers, what was being discussed during the time that Mr. Williams made that recording that's now memorialized in that exhibit?
This one here. I mean, at that time, we were seeing a lot of posts from both sides, putting up information about each other. So our main goal was to memorialize stuff, was to save it.
Tell the jury what, did I cut you off? I apologize.
Go ahead.
Did I cut you off? I'm not.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Tell the jury what trial, talking about lying on God, lying, I'm gonna lie on God, whatever you heard. If people lie to their kids, lie to their mother, all that. They write to a courtroom, tell the God's honest truth.
Mhm.
What trial was going on around 2014, 15 that you knew about?
There was a lot of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I will follow.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
There was a lot of cases going on in 2015. Are you speaking specifically for this date, January, or just 2015? It was, I wanted to say 32
32.
shootings.
Yeah, but who was testifying around January 26th when this repost was done?
I'm not certain. This was very early on in the investigation, so I don't believe anyone was arrested for anything just yet.
Have you spoken with anybody who said that they were there at the time that this was made?
Objection, Your Honor, that was your objection.
That's the objection.
Don't tell me what was said.
Still object that witness.
I'll stay in front of you.
You know that people, I heard you say with earlier today, that people at times lie to others, investigators, courtrooms. Is that true?
Objection, compound, and a.
Do you have experience that people lie to investigators at times?
People as in witnesses, victims,
Yeah.
which one?
Both, anybody.
Sure.
And people in your experience lie under oath.
Say again?
People in your experience come in courtrooms and lie.
Your Honor, I'm going to object having the witness.
Are you familiar with people who come to courtrooms and lie?
Objection.
Let's move on.
Mr. Murphy, let's start with this one, Trontavia Stevens. Remember the recording, Trontavia Stevens and Mr. Rodney Allison that you talked about?
The jail call?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
not the jail call. What was the date of that jail call?
I don't have it right here in front of me.
What would refresh your memory?
I'm not certain. I don't have it here in front of me.
She testified about it.
You remember during that
She
jail?
testified about how she found it, how she did this, how she did that. At what date? I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Call that there was a communication between Mr. Allison and Mr. Trontavia Stevens, also known as Slug or Tick, about Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
And you remember them calling Jeffrey Williams rapper boy?
I do.
Remember them laughing at Jeffrey Williams?
Laughing at him? In what regards? I'm sorry, mister. I don't know if I can hear you or not. Can you? I can barely hear what you're asking.
Let's do this. What?
It's not axing. It is asking. This is axing. Jesus Christ. Is this something local for Atlanta, or is she just a moron? Saying axing instead of asking. Is it, I don't know, or is it? Oh, by the way, she's from Chicago. So is it local for Chicago to say axing instead of asking? I have no clue. Because if it's not dialect or something, yeah.
Is it? You have this. What exhibit? What exhibit? Your Honor, we're going to play. It's already been admitted.
Which is it, sir?
I'm finding out right now from the state. And ask Mr. Kokomo to be able to play it.
Let's talk about it.
I'm
Play your record, so I can- You can play it.
just waiting for the stakes.
107.
107 Bravo.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kokomo, you can play that, sir.
Can we play at 555, Your Honor?
That shit crazy.
What the boy doing?
What one?
Rapper boy.
Oh man, I just talked to his ass too. I just talked to his ass. He ain't talking about shit. He ain't talking about nothing, man. Say finna go out of town or some old shit.
You ain't trying to give me no lawyer, man?
Man, hell no. Hell no. That shit, man, I don't even know why you even think he gonna get down. That man ain't. Well, if he is doing that secret, I don't know. So don't let me say. He ain't tell me nothing about getting down. He ain't say shit about that. I ain't gonna lie.
Thank you.
Let him.
What number did you stop at? 645 stop. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was Mr. Octavia Stevens speaking at first, saying, what that boy doing? Is that the first voice?
Yes.
And then Mr. Allison said, which one? And Mr. Stevens said, rapper boy? Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. And on that, Mr. Stevens asked whether, you know that to be Mr. Williams, right? They were talking about Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. That was proper speculation.
It was already testified. Do you know who rapper boy was being referred to? If you don't, just say it on that.
Objection, foundation, basis, and speculation.
We'll go with rapper boy.
Your Honor, object to the commentary.
You can ask other questions.
Mr. Stevens asked whether he, being rapper boy, trying to get me a lawyer. You hear that?
Yes, that's what he stated.
And Mr. Allison said something like, no, he's going out of town. And if he is, he's doing it in secret. Don't let me say, he ain't tell me nothing about it. He ain't say S-H-I-T, I ain't gonna lie, something like that. Is that fair to say?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
Any evidence to share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams is not Octavia Stevens a lawyer? Didn't pay for a lawyer?
No, I stated that he did.
No, you didn't say that.
Oh,
I'm asking, do you have any evidence?
I've never looked into that, sir.
Did you know that Mr. Octavia Stevens used a public defender?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming that's on that.
I state objection.
Let's go to 1420 on the same exhibit.
He ain't got that nigga for nothing. Motherfucker. Now, when I was telling that boy, he ain't talking about shit.
You have
The
1 minute left.
The rapper dude ain't talking about nothing, man.
That boy name, man, what they call him, that boy name Rapper Boy.
That's what I just said. That rapper boy, he ain't talking about shit. And I hate that shit every time you get fucked up. That nigga can't do shit for you. I hate that shit, man. That's some sucker shit, though.
That's some real stuff.
Yeah, damn right it is.
Hey, look, I
Shit.
just talked to my girl for me. Look, right? They just started this shit down here with they be sending the iPad out here and shit.
What number is that? 15 minutes to stop. Did you hear Mr. Allison say the rapper dude ain't talking about nothing, man? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
And then Mr. Stevens saying that boy ain't what they call him. That boy's rapper boy.
Okay. I had no idea. I still say it's stupid, but if it's a black dialect, okay. What else do you want me to say here? I think it's stupid, but I'm old and I'm white. I'm probably the whitest person on earth. This is 1,000 years of Scandinavian inbreeding. I don't get it. I'm following this trial. That's what I do. If anybody takes offense, toughen up.
Hear that?
I did.
Then two of them laughed.
Roughly after, yes, sir.
And and Mr. Allison said that and can't do SHI for you. You hear that?
And is it more anything before or after that? I don't remember specifically, just those 3 or 4 words.
And that is the recording that you found and you alerted, you segregated, whatever the right word is, on this case. Is that fair to say? That's what you said?
Downloaded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any jail recordings where Trontavia Stevens says that Jeffrey Williams is the leader of this gang?
No.
Jeffrey Williams pays for my lawyer.
No.
Jeffrey Williams, I do these crimes for Jeffrey Williams.
No.
Going to, and I, again, don't know the numbers, so I need help, but the Walter Murphy.
It's almost as if Mr. Williams isn't the leader of the criminal street gang. Because I can guarantee you, if there were jail calls where somebody said that, the prosecution would have plastered it everywhere.
Remember that call with Erica?
Unanimous.
That would be July 15, 2015. Fair to say?
Okay.
Sound right?
Sound about right.
What number is that?
Yes, I'm playing this in 1.25 so we can catch up with today's trial.
Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo place already in evidence states number 106. EB.
He made it, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. And it's 7 minutes. This should be the same call that you already listened to and downloaded.
Like, we got to start a fundraiser or something. We got to get me some more money so I can get a better lawyer, bro.
It's not. What number is it? It's not that. That's 7:11. It stopped. Detective, did you recognize that as Mr. Murphy's voice?
I did.
And did you recognize him saying we have to do a fundraiser or something, got to get more money so I could get a better lawyer?
Yes.
And you knew earlier that day, before Mr. Murphy's taken to Fulton County Jail to use the jail call, before the jail call, you knew that he had a lawyer named Jacoby Hudson, right?
That's what he told us in the interview earlier that day. Yes.
And there was all that back and forth about, do you want to have an interview or you want to call a lawyer? Remember all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Murphy never got a different lawyer?
Objection, that was speculation.
No, it wouldn't.
True that.
That wouldn't be speculating at all. Why do I say this? Because this witness is a gang expert who has testified about what they did and didn't do. That's not speculation if she has the knowledge. Now, she doesn't have the knowledge because she doesn't like to work. That's a completely different thing. But the question is valid.
And Mr. Murphy, when you met with him on August 18th, 2015, he was accompanied by Jacoby Hudson, same lawyer.
What's the question?
Is it true that when you
Is it
met
true?
him-
Yes, he was with his lawyer, Mr. Hudson.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He was with his lawyer, Mr. Hudson.
And then in February 11th, 2016, again, Mr. Murphy, you were there, met with you and the prosecutor and Detective Dennis, maybe one other person, I forget. And he again had Jacoby Hudson, same lawyer, right?
He did.
He didn't change lawyers, right?
He had Mr. Hudson with him.
And then he said you have to start a fundraiser or something. Did you hear that?
That,
The little snippet you just heard?
yes.
We're gonna come back to that in 1 second. Let's play 11:11 from the same state's 106 PB. Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind.
Bro, to be honest, bro, ain't nobody finna be here for me, but I already know how this shit finna go. Like, either we're gonna try to talk to Thug, I'm just gonna ask him straight up and down, like, start me a fundraiser. You know what I'm saying? Like, to really go on his page and start me a fundraiser. You know what I'm saying? And as Dora or somebody like that, to really be over it, or tourist. You know what I'm saying? Cause that's the only way I'm gonna get out.
11:41, it stopped at 9. Were you able to hear that?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that again, Mr. Walter Murphy speaking on the recorded jail call that you downloaded?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Walter Murphy said, to be honest, ain't nobody fixing to be here for me. Did you hear that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll ask recording speaker stuff.
Just play.
Oh,
You hear that?
I don't remember hearing that part.
And either we're going to try to talk to Thug, ask him, I'm just going to ask him straight up and down, start me a fundraiser. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd really like to go on his page and start me a fundraiser. Did you hear that?
I don't recall hearing go on his page. I don't recall hearing the page part.
Mr. Steele, before you pause it, another question. I have it on good authority that we take a break, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we?
And then they take a break. And they're back.
When we broke,
This is what's good with
I was
recap
asking you about
and speed through it.
whether you heard Mr. Murphy say to Erica, the woman you know as Erica, right?
Yes, sir.
About got to ask Thug straight up and down, start me a fundraiser. I really like to go on his page. Those questions, remember that?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge and investigation, was any fundraiser done for Mr. Murphy?
Objections, cause for speculation.
I'm not asking to speculate.
I'll overrule objection.
And not to my knowledge. I'm sorry.
And did Mr. Williams give any money for a lawyer for Mr. Murphy?
Objection foundation, basis, speculation.
Based upon
Standing
you,
objection.
based upon your investigation.
Same thing, basis.
A standing objection.
Don't speculate. Do you personally have any information that Mr. Williams gave any money to Mr. Murphy for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Bond money,
Not that I'm aware of.
family money.
Objection, Your Honor, she said none to money.
I stand objections.
Now, do you have any recorded calls that you went through to share with the jury, Mr. Murphy speaking with anybody, where he states something effect of Thug owes me, I do protection for or security for his family?
Now, object as to fail.
I'm not
I'll stand objection. Support.
as specific I can be. Do you have any jail calls to share with the jury where Mr. Murphy says on the recorded line that he does security for Jeffrey's family?
No, sir.
He claimed that with you. Remember speaking, not only you, but the other people? Remember he said that on August 18, 2015?
I don't believe those were his exact words.
Okay. Do you have any recordings to share with this jury where Mr. Murphy said something to the effect of, I've done so much for Thug and crime that he owes me. He should be paying for me. Do you have anything like that?
Objection, Your Honor, as to compound.
I'll sustain the question.
Do you have any recording to share with this jury while Mr. Murphy's on a recorded line that he said anything to the effect of Mr. Williams owes him?
As in jail calls or any type of recording?
Let's do jail calls first.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, the recording you're talking about, I assume, is what the jurors already listened to?
From the interview?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, does it refresh your memory that I asked you if you said on direct examination that the jail call recorded between Mr. Stevens and Mr. Allison was a certain date? Remember you said, I don't remember the date?
I said I don't recall at this time the date.
Does August 1, 2015 sound familiar?
I don't recall it at this date. It may have been, I think, the second, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. That's my answer.
Do you have any social media postings from any source of Mr. Williams and Mr. Murphy after the end of 2013?
After what year, sir?
The end of 2013.
I'm not certain of certain dates. I don't have it here in front of me.
The answer to that is there is
Do you
none,
have any
because
evidence
Mr. Williams cut him
that
out?
Jeffrey Williams ever spoke with Mr. Murphy after the end of the year 2013?
As in a phone call or a face-to-face conversation? What do you mean?
Anything? Do you have anything you could show the jury?
To show the jury at this moment, no.
Now, I want to ask you something,
Mhm.
and I think it was just Your words were being used. And I'm not saying this with the intent. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Murphy was inside of Jeffrey Williams' home on the date of Mr. Murphy's arrest? Remember July 15, 2015?
I remember the day. What's your question, sir?
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Murphy was inside of Jeffrey Williams' home? You know what I'm talking about in Sandy Springs, Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
All right, on that date.
I never stated he was inside the home.
And I wasn't trying to say you did. In fact, Mr. Murphy was arrested outside the home. Is that fair to say?
That's what I stated, yes.
Outside the crime scene tape. Fair to say?
Yes.
And do you have any evidence to share with the jury that Mr. Murphy was ever inside of Jeffrey Williams' Sandy Springs home?
Why would there be evidence to say he was in the house? I never stated that, implied that.
Fine.
That he was inside his home.
All right. Now, Jeffrey Williams did host or a fundraiser, had a fundraiser for Jimmy Winfrey. Is that fair to say? Remember that Free Roscoe campaign you talked about with the hat?
Yes.
That Mr. Murphy was wearing?
Yes.
And that was on Mr. Williams' social media post?
It was on a lot of YSL members' posts.
And it had a lot.
Lucentil, welcome. Interesting comment. This is the only judge I've seen never once reprimand a witness for asking questions. I agree. I don't know what words to use. But to restate that Judge Glanville is a coward and he has no spine. After the commentary yesterday, he didn't even acknowledge it in front of the jury. Telling her, do not make these comments. Not a thing. And why? Because he's a coward.
I'm not limiting to this, but shirts were made.
There's a lot of merchandise made. Yes, sir.
All right.
I need more coffee.
Nothing like that
I'll
for
be right back.
Mr. Stevens, right?
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
Nothing like that for Mr. Murphy.
No, sir.
All right. Now, I want to go back, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
On the music videos, you said you saw Jeffrey Williams' music videos, or some of them at least.
Are you speaking specifically?
I will
about
speak
something
specifically.
Yeah.
Do you remember seeing a music video entitled Blood, where Donovan Thomas was in that music video?
I don't recall the title, Blood. You showed me the video, but I don't recall the actual title being Blood.
Okay. We'll do that in 1 minute if that's okay.
Okay.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions.
Mhm.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Thomas was in a music video with Jeffrey Williams dated December 29th, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to the date, whether it was posted or made.
I'll stay as the form, Mr. Steele. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of a video made the day prior to December 29th, 2014 and posted on December 29th, 2014 of Blood, Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey Williams video? Are you aware of that?
I think you just asked me if I saw the video Blood. Are we
gonna
talking
show
about the
it.
same video?
Yes, and I'm going to show it to you.
I can't comment on that because I'm not sure of the video that you're speaking of.
All right, I'm going to show you 2 videos just to save time,
Yes, sir.
but I'm going to ask you the same question first, and then if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you, okay?
Okay.
Are you aware of a video that was made just prior to, and when I say that, within the day or two, November 20th, 2014 freestyle, where Mr. Donovan Thomas was in Jeffrey Williams' video, music video?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to some facts not in evidence and to a compound portion.
I'm,
Stay in objection.
have you personally observed a music video, Jeffrey Williams freestyle Donovan Thomas was in?
Is this the same video you were talking about previously?
Second one, different song.
I don't recall the title. If you show me the video, I can tell you if I'm familiar with it.
Do it. And that would be made, because I would get an objection,
Okay.
just days prior to November 20th, 2014. Does that help you? I'm trying to refresh your memory.
I understand the question.
Does it refresh your memory that that video was made 2 days prior to November 20th, 2014?
Does not
Need to
refresh
see
my memory.
You need to see them. Fair to say?
Yeah, I would object to still refreshing the witness's memory with some other matters.
Yeah, you gotta, well, you can use anything, Mr. Steele, but it needs to be shown first. So,
Okay. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach
yes.
with his laptop? Detective is okay, Mr.
Remember,
Kokomo?
the judge
Well, tell us what
allows
the exhibit is.
everything in from the prosecution.
Or what you-
Everything. With
Your Honor, we'll mark
with
it.
horse shit foundation
They
to
have
it.
Okay, you got it, but you
But
gotta
when the
mark it
defense wants to,
first, the record,
I'm
so.
about to.
it
Okay.
won't come in.
All right.
My hope is that the jury
221A is blood. 221B is freestyle. While they're doing that, can I ask you a couple other questions?
Sure.
Were you familiar with a movie? I asked you a couple questions about a movie. I'm going to be more specific. A movie named Gangsta Party being made in and around January 2015, beginning January, with Mr. Donovan Thomas, Jeffrey Williams.
I'm not aware of a movie made with Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas.
He's going to show you the,
Yes, sir.
and you can watch the whole thing if you need to, but I have if you want to, I have a certain, not commenting. I'm asking a question.
We are, but you just, until she says that's something else, you are commenting, okay? So just give me a minute, give her a minute.
Council Moon says her switch in demeanor caught me off guard. Thought she was objective at first, but it's just like the others. Yeah. I mean,
And Mr. Kokomo, for the record, what do you?
She testified loud and clear with perfect recollection on the prosecution, for the prosecution. During both Mr. Shard and Mr. Steele's cross-examination, she is behaving a bit like Fannie Willis on the stand. Completely obnoxious, doesn't like to answer questions. And if that's the case, everything she testified about and was brought in through her should be thrown out, and the prosecution may or may not get a second attempt with another witness to get these in. But we know that won't happen.
Showing, which is it 221A blood?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, it's being shown to Detective Gaither.
Detective, let us know when you're finished with 221 alpha, okay?
Okay. Is that the same video?
No, this is the second one.
Oh, no, I was saying okay to the judge when he said let him know. I wasn't done
Okay,
watching.
have you seen 221 alpha already, madam?
This second one, I think I've seen. The first one, he switched to the second video.
This is the first one, 221A.
Can you play it a little more, please?
Okay, let us know when he finishes playing 221 alpha.
I don't recall this one. The second one I did. This one I've seen before.
This is 221B.
Okay, so Detective, are you moving to 221B at this point in time?
Yes, the second video I've seen. The first one I don't recognize.
So 221A you do not recognize?
If that's the first one, yes, sir.
Okay, 221B Bravo you do recognize.
Your Honor, and I apologize, Made an error, it's 222, not 221. I apologize. All right.
Now, Miss Coach here as a cop on the field, $60,000 to $70,000 a year. As an investigator, $100,000 a year plus. As a sergeant, somewhere in the range of $120,000 to $140,000 a year. That is taxpayers' money at work. This woman was a cop for almost 19 years. That is what you're paying taxes for in Fulton County.
And do you know or recognize that video was made and displayed around November 20th?
Which one, sir? Which one?
The B. I thought that's the only one that we're talking about. Okay. The second one, the one that you recognize is what I'm
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Did you know or recognize that as being made and displayed on YouTube November 20th, 2014?
I don't know what date and time, year.
Would it refresh your memory to see the date and time?
You can show me, but I don't recall it being around that time. I'm not sure of when it was.
That's fine. Okay. Do you know Donovan Thomas to be in that video, music video? Did you see him in there?
The clip that this gentleman just showed me,
Or from your memory, or we'll show you the clip?
I don't remember him being in the video. When he showed me, I remember seeing the actual video before, but to say Mr. Thomas was in it, I'm not certain.
Okay. Your Honor, can we play 222B? I move to admit it into evidence, first of all.
Madam, any objection to the defendant Williams, 222 Bravo? All right.
Sorry for not commenting, but I'm doing work at the same time. Trying to, at least. If you have any questions, put a big question mark with your chat. That way I can recognize it a bit sooner. Thank you. And hit the thumbs up while you're at it.
Call freestyle. Right. Would you allow me to, the state's having a hard time with their internet connection. Would you allow Mr. Kokomo to approach again, show the state?
Yes, sir.
Can you do that?
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, there's no court Thursday and Friday because apparently it's administrative days. That is how this judge is managing time.
Play. Sorry?
Adams is good at cross. I give you that. Steele, he is really good. Now, I do wish they would switch up a bit more with the cross-examination, so the jury not just seeing all the lawyers do good presentations and good cross-examinations. Now, in the case in chief, I believe that will be switched up a bit, since every defendant has their own defense lawyer. Everybody is charged in the same trial, but they are charged separately. So they more or less have to put up a separate case in chief for their specific case. And with Mr. Harvey, I believe his client is only mentioned once in this entire RICO charge. Once. And he still has to sit through all of this junk.
Yeah, I made Mr. Kokomo display 222B.
As soon as the state's had an opportunity to look at it.
They have, I believe, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have no objection to 220.
Everything here came from the prosecutions.
I'll also move for the admission of 222A. I understand.
Yeah, just for the record here, more or less everything the defense presents to the court is through the prosecution's discovery that they handed over. So when the prosecution claims, oh, we haven't seen this, it was in their discovery they provided to the defense.
What the witness said, but if the state has no objection, I'll move for
I'm
that too.
going to, I'll admit, defendant Williams 222 Bravo, and then maybe pose as you see fit.
And I, yeah,
All right, so Mr. Steele, as to, you're trying to tender, defendant Williams 222 Alpha.
Yes, self-authenticating.
Any objection to defendant Williams 222 Alpha?
yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Foundation, basis she does not recognize.
I agree, she did not recognize
I'll
this.
sustain the objection, sir, at this point.
I was, okay. It should come up on your screen, and I'm particularly interested, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to stop. We can watch the whole thing, but at 20 seconds. So it'll just be the first 20 seconds. And then I want to ask you if you recognize people in that screen, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll just start at the beginning just for consistency. By the way, before it even starts, are you familiar with where this is filmed?
No.
Thank you, Nana Misty, for your $5 super chat. The defense sounds so defeated. I would be filing a writ of prohibition with the appeals court. Hi, Nick, Mats in chat. Hi, Nana Misty. Thank you for the super chat. They have a bunch of writ of prohibition already, but the judge has to allow it to be sent to the appeals court. And I think most of these writs are stuck at the moment. And it's not as much as the defense sounds so defeated. They have to tread so carefully because the prosecution will object to anything and the judge will sustain everything. But I understand the feeling because it's ridiculous.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, starting from the beginning, Your Honor. Right there. See that gentleman in the white?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, who that is?
It appears to be Donovan Thomas.
Okay. Now, there's audio to this too. Do you want to hear the audio or you need to hear the audio?
To identify Mr. Thomas?
I guess
No,
not.
I don't need to hear the audio.
Okay. Now, how does it fit into, thank you, Mr. Cook. Your Honor, it stopped at approximately 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
How does it fit into this gang war that began at least by October 2014, as you describe it, and Mr. Williams' music video, November 20th, 2014, which is now in 222B with Mr. Thomas in it? Can you explain it to the jury?
I believe I stated my start.
I'm going to speed it up because we are. I have so much to say about this cluster F. So we are actually a bit further behind than when we started. So I need to speed it up. If it's too fast, just say so. Playing in 1.5 speed.
starting point and looking back for retaliatory shootings was October. I believe you said this started in October. The gang war started in October. As I already clarified, that was my starting point, which was October.
Did you not tell this jury that at least by October 2024, there was this back and forth gang war going on?
I don't believe I said that. I stated that was my starting point to look back at cases, calls for service, shooting calls. October was my start date.
Now, I just want to make sure that I understand something.
Yes, sir.
I heard it with when you were speaking with Mr. Sharp.
I'll sustain the objection.
When you were speaking with Mr. Sharp
Mhm.
about DS13, do you remember that?
About what?
DS13, he asked you about an email exchange. You and I,
The email. I don't know what DS13 was. Yes.
Can I approach you on?
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Sure.
Sure. You need to refer to just, just say I need to refer to. Now, I requested, and you agreed that we could communicate about this case. Fair to say?
Yes.
And that's typical between lawyers and witnesses or investigators. Fair?
I'm not a lawyer, and I've never communicated or had a Zoom call with any defense lawyer about a case that I was working.
Okay, nothing wrong with that, right?
Nothing wrong with what?
Me speaking with you about your involvement in the case.
No, it's nothing wrong with that.
And you
Now this will become interesting. You really need to listen carefully now when the defense goes into, why haven't you talked to us? Because as we heard yesterday from her, this witness, is that the reason, well, you couldn't at my time. So that's why we didn't speak. Mr. Steele has receipts.
you were kind enough to agree, right?
I did.
And we memorialized that we were doing it in writing.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't rude of her. That's how we were both
No, it
busy.
wasn't rude at all.
And then there was a misunderstanding, according to what you wrote, about when we were supposed to originally speak. It was supposed to be early in the morning, you thought, and I thought it was at 2 o'clock. You remember that?
No, it definitely wasn't a misunderstanding. I stated clear in this email the time that I was available. So it wasn't a misunderstanding on my behalf.
And read what you wrote to me, if you don't mind.
Is there a certain portion?
Wherever you said, hey, I was available in the morning, I spoke with Seth Brown, something like that.
No, I was just,
I'll move for the admission of Mr. I can make it Mr. Williams, but otherwise it's DS13.
Any objection to DS13? DS13 is admitted.
Maybe we show DS13 then on the screen, would be easier. You can use it on the screen or right in front of you.
Okay. Which portion are you going to look
You're
at?
on, maybe we approach this for 1 second.
Yes, you may.
We'll just go from the bottom.
Okay.
And that is sidebar counter 155. And they are up there for a while. No?
Well, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You can use the one in front of you. It's easier. It's going to be on your screen as well, okay?
Yes, sir.
And the one on your screen, I just took out for privacy, your email address and other personal information, telephone numbers, but it should be the exact identical content, okay? So this one, this should be the bottom of DS13, so it should go back to front is my belief. And you tell me if I'm wrong. And at the very bottom, sir? Okay, so this is December 13th of 2000, if you could scroll up, Mr. Kokomo. Of 2023, 12:42 afternoon. Do you see that?
Page 5.
Should be the last page, yes, going up.
No, I have 6. Yeah, I believe. Okay.
And you see, my coworker wrote to you, good afternoon, Detective Gaither. I hope that all is well always. Please advise whether you have any availability to meet with Attorney Brian Steele via Zoom between now and 2 p.m. If yes, I will send you a Zoom link and Stanter. We look forward to hearing from you. Happy holidays, sincerely, and that's my coworker. Fair to say?
That a reset?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then if Mr. Kokomo can scroll up and you can follow along also with DS13. And then you responded at same date, December 18, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you wrote, good afternoon. As I stated to Seth Brown, he's the gentleman who's seated right here, and I'm pointed to, correct, for the prosecution.
Okay.
For the DA's office, I would be available early morning today. Unfortunately, as of right now, I am not available to speak with you. I will be leaving town tomorrow for work until Saturday. If it is completely necessary to speak with me, we can try to set something up again another time. Fair to say?
That's what it reads, sir.
Okay, and then if you go up to the response. And I wrote to you about 8 minutes later on December 18, 2023, Detective, how are you, family? With question marks. We were instructed that you would be available today from 9 to 5. Please designate the date and time best for you to schedule to, best for your schedule to speak. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. And that's me. Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
And then going up. You responded later that day at 5:29 in the afternoon, same date. And you wrote, I'm not sure who instructed you on those times, but I made it clear I was only available early morning. How does 12:28, 9 o'clock I would take it as AM, but work for you? Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
Okay. So you said about 10 days later.
That's what it reads. This is her still being evasive.
From what?
Okay. And then
You saying 10 days later from what?
from the 18th of December, we'll have our conference call or Zoom call or meeting.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then if you scroll up. And then next day at 5:52 in the morning, I wrote to you, perfect Zoom with a question mark call, question mark, thank you, Detective, happy holidays. Fair?
Okay.
Responding to your December 29th date, right?
Yes.
And then if you scroll up, you responded to me later that same day, December 19, 2023 at 10:39 in the morning. You said, I'll call you the day of. Please provide a good number. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
And then if you scroll up.
Mr. Steele has the receipts.
I responded December 19th, 2023, 1:43 p.m. The office number below, okay. And then the office number was there. I redacted it because I redacted all email addresses and phone numbers and addresses. Fair?
Okay.
You have it on yours.
Yes.
Okay. And if you scroll up, you wrote okay at 2:08 p.m., December 19th.
Okay.
And if you scroll up, Mr. Kokomo, then on December 28th, 2023, so the day before we're supposed to meet at 4:10 in the morning, you wrote, good morning, Mr. Steele. I decided not to answer any questions at this time. Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports.
Unprompted on December 28th. She said she has decided to not answer any question at this time. Unprompted. Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports. Where are those reports? They are clearly mentioned, the reports. I believe this shows that Miss Gautier is lying on the stand and that Miss Love is lying to the court. Those reports exist. They are just not handed over because Miss Love is a soulless devil's whore who cheats to win. Her main objective in life, in my opinion, is to ruin as many lives as humanly possible or inhumanly possible. And she finds the perfect spot to do it as a prosecutor.
Yes, sir. That's what it reads.
True.
That's what it reads. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then that might be, if you scroll up, that should be the whole exhibit. Okay. So, and that's your right. You don't have to speak with me or anybody else, right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Now, you gave the jury a date that I took as October 2014 to start the back and forth 22.
Objection as to Mr. Steele. Testifying about what he understood.
When did, tell the jury, if it wasn't October 2014, now, when did the gang war that you described start?
So we're no longer talking about this email?
That was it.
That's it? Oh, okay. Just read your question, please. I got a little confused. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have anything? Mr. Weinstein, Mr. Matthews?
And that was the end of the cross-examination. Now, I hoped for much more, but what can you do with a judge that doesn't allow valid questions to this witness? So, Miss Love,
Yes.
Cross-examination, when was it that the gang war that you were describing earlier started? Would you please answer the question for the jury, to the best of your recollection, when it was that the gang war between YSL?
Remember how the judge ruled when the defense tried to ask similar questions? She objected, the judge sustained it.
And if gang started?
I sustain the objection.
Well,
And you were asked by Mr. Steele about your tenure with the Atlanta Police Department. Bless you. When you left the Atlanta Police Department, did you go to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
What was your position there?
she went to Cobb County District Attorney's Office.
I was an investigator.
And what caused you to want to leave the Atlanta Police Department to go work as an investigator with the DeKalb DA's office? Your Honor.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
Remember the relevance thing that this prosecutor got in, and now she's asking basically the exact same questions, and the defense objections are overruled.
Answer it, madam, if you can.
Yes, sir. I was no longer happy with our leadership at Atlanta Police Department. The direction.
You were no longer happy with the leadership because they got themselves a new sheriff or superintendent, whatever it's called. And they demanded her to work. And she's a lazy bum, so she chose to leave instead of getting fired for producing absolutely nothing for years. And then she got a job at the neighboring county's district attorney's office. Remember, the neighboring county, Cobb County, that district attorney testified against Fannie Willis in the disqualification hearing because that person does not put up with garbage.
They were going, and I had enough time to retire, so it was my choice whether I stay or leave, so I left.
How long did you stay at the DeKalb DA?
I'm rephrasing. She did not testify. She sent in an affidavit to the court to consider. She didn't testify in that hearing. She sent in an affidavit.
Office as an investigator.
A couple of months.
Did you work in any particular unit?
I believe it was major crime.
Would that have involved gang cases and homicides as well?
Yes.
And
She got a job because, oh, you worked in gang unit? Come over to our county, try to work here. And she left after 2 months. Why? Because Cobb County District Attorney's Office wants you to actually work.
after a couple of months, did you go to another law enforcement agency?
No.
Or return to the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
Okay. After you
No, she worked for an additional 2 months. And she hasn't been in law enforcement ever since because she doesn't like to work. And it's been apparent. I don't know if she applied to other police agencies, but nobody wants her because she's a lazy bum. And Miss Love knows this. And yet, here she is as an expert in this court. Yeah, and Valpel outside the scope of cross, definitely. But it's good to know because then they can actually bring this up. And it's apparent to me that this witness doesn't like to work at all. And it worked in the Atlanta Police Department. She fit right in with the other bad cops in that department. And not anymore.
retired from the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office, did you return to law enforcement in any capacity?
She didn't.
Oh, sir. Sir, Mr. Matthews, I've already ruled on your objection. Okay, so please sit down. Mr. Steele? I sustain that objection.
DeKalb County, sorry.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Defense Williams, DS number 13, the email. To the best of your recollection, does that email that he put before you contain all of the correspondence between you two?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? If you can recall, generally speaking, what is it that your memory tells you was left out of that?
Did you see this or hear this? She's asking from memory. Why? Because she doesn't want to show it. Now, I'm sick of this banter between Miss Love and everything. So let's get to, first of all, this, which gets us to sidebar counter 156. And then he excuses the jury. He tells them no court Thursday, Friday. I believe Wednesday tomorrow is
will be a
half
somewhat
a day.
abbreviated business days. The court has some unrelated business I have to take up. And then on Thursday and Friday, you'll have some administrative days.
Yeah.
As I mentioned to you earlier, right? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other ministerial inquiry with me, we will talk with you tomorrow morning for 9:30. We'll see you then, okay?
And now a bit of a hearing. Then we
Okay, all right. First, let me clarify something I said in the bench earlier about Miss Love lie. That was not what I intended to say. What I intended to say was that counsel's estimations as to time, and that includes all of you, my historical experience has been that is not.
See, here he does it again. This witness, Miss Gautier, Goatbeard, was a one-day witness. The prosecution had her on for 4 days. The judge, does he blame the prosecution? No, he blames all of them, because every time the prosecution lies to his face, it's everybody's fault. If the defense makes something remotely questionable, he shouts at them because it's all their fault. This is his bias. It's full of hot air, and in a few minutes, he will let some out.
True in terms of estimations, meaning that.
Are you at liberty to tell us the time for Wednesday? Thank you, Your Honor.
2 weeks ago, I would estimate. We thank them. Can we just get some direction on who's the next witness?
Who's the next witness?
And who may be the witness thereafter, just because.
Yeah. Remember, they only have Tuesday and half of Wednesday. They want to know what witnesses. Listen to this.
There's about 7 people, or maybe more, maybe 9 people on there.
Yeah, the prosecution has 7 people,
Right,
and they don't want to tell them
Yes,
which
After
one.
Detective Gator's finished.
Yes, Your Honor. The state intends to call Officer Finney with the Atlanta Police Department, Ms. Sharon Lantners again from APD 911 Communications, Mr. Alvin Lewis, and then Investigator Tyrone Dennis and Detective David Racy. So those should be our next.
So I doubt we'll get through all those this week.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So, yes, sir.
I have one other issue. You mind? I'm not trying to plow the field a second time. I respect your rulings. It's a 2010 case. Our indictment starts in 2012, and it impacts Mr. Williams. I know he's not involved in that document and the question asked to Detective Gaither about Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Copeland, but Mr. Copeland's potentially a huge witness in this case, and it really dirties up a person who the state is alleging is a co-conspirator. And I just ask you if it's okay. I don't know how that's not just pure character, and I would just ask the court to propensity. And it does an association. I heard what the state said. You don't need association. There's so much association between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Copeland, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Demikian Garlington. So I asked the court under 403 as well. We would, before we get it tomorrow, possibly would reverse that ruling. I'm not trying to argue or bring it up again. I just want to, it's very prejudicial.
Your Honor, the indictment that I referred to has already been admitted as evidence. It was admitted as evidence in February. We actually referenced the charges and the parties. Then we did not specifically engage the witness at the time about Mr. Copeland's relationship with Mr. Stillwell. But given that we have said in our indictment and continuously throughout this trial that this is an association, YSL is an association of individuals that began prior to the date that YSL was formed. And given that there is the constant rebuttal of that information regarding it being a criminal street gang that they are a music group, that they don't hang out with each other. I'm certain there will be arguments about.
We want to just allege and get everything in, Your Honor. We don't like the defense doing rebuttal of our shit evidence. Your Honor, tell them. Jesus Christ.
Bias or Mr. Copeland's reason for saying what he did, establishing the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Stillwell through a witness who has firsthand knowledge of that. We believe it's relevant and not substantially more prejudicial than probative, given the charge that is count one and the elements that we are required to prove.
Okay, but here's the thing as well, Ms. Lavin, you all need to start thinking about it as well. Some of the stuff's becoming cumulative of things that have been testified to or going to be testified to. So at some point in time, I am going to go ahead and reconsider that under that basis. So I just kind of ask you to think about that, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether or not you need it or not. So, Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule your objection, but I will keep an eye out for other things.
Can I
Okay?
clarify one thing as well regarding what Mr. Steele just said?
About what he said a few things. What do you want to clarify?
That certified conviction was admitted for a very limited purpose, and that was to establish Mr. Stillwell's convicted felon status, which we have repeatedly said we're willing to stipulate to. So,
Okay, but
so that's the
the
limited
state
purpose.
doesn't have to agree to a stipulation.
I understand that, Your Honor, but it was admitted for that purpose and that purpose only, not to show association, not to show the underlying facts of the conviction, not to do any of those things. When they're saying it's already been admitted, it was admitted for a very limited purpose. And that's it. And now they're trying to bootstrap the admission for that limited purpose to get into all this other highly prejudicial aspects of this case and of that case from 2010. And that's why it has no probative value beyond its very limited purpose, and it's highly prejudicial. So the 403 balancing test weighs heavily.
Well, it does go to association. So, and for the limited purpose that you just said. So that it was admitted back, I want to say February.
I have a prediction, Your Honor, that before the state's done presenting their case, we're going to see dozens of videos with Mr. Williams, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Stillwell together in them. That is not needed to prove association.
Well, if that's the case, then well, I'll rule accordingly. Okay.
Well, it'll be too late because they already have elicited objectionable testimony from Investigator Gaither tomorrow morning. That's the problem.
Well, I'll have to rule on it accordingly. I mean, I can't just say that they can't.
Yes,
they can't
yes, you
admit it
can,
at this
Your
point in
Honor.
time. But
Yes,
state,
you
I'd ask you to
can.
relook that because it sounds like you are kind of expanding
You can
the
do
purpose
that.
for the admission of that particular
You
indictment
are
earlier.
the
I can
judge.
see association,
You are
but
the
we don't really need to go through all that again.
sake.
So can you limit what you're asking tomorrow?
My apologies, Your Honor. The court, please repeat that.
I said, will you limit what you're going to present on that indictment tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. And the court, we will, yes, and I can submit to the court as part of what I anticipate happening in the court. The court says no, then jump it.
All right.
Your Honor, I have one other issue, if Your Honor would give just a minute. We have a unique situation here. We have an Investigator Gaither who testified.
I'm going to put this down to normal speed if you haven't heard it. Let's just say the judge is going to blow off some steam.
That she spoke to certain witnesses and wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think.
Did you hear that? Judge thought this wouldn't get picked up.
Wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement.
And he had to press it out as well.
I believe the state's in agreement. In the discovery provided to us, there are no reports that document those interviews with Mr. Davis, with Mr.
Okay, we went through this twice already.
Okay,
So
but I'm gonna
what's your bottom line up front? What are you asking me
Bottom line
for?
is this: the only way to prove that fact would be to to prove a negative would be to admit the entire case file, all sorts of hearsay and everything else. I am asking Your Honor to basically tell the jury what we know and what the state knows.
I'm not going to do that.
And
I'm not going
under
to do that.
Of course you won't, because
Look,
you don't have a
they're
spine.
that's a call they're going to make.
No!
You,
Jesus
sir,
Christ.
you have vigorously
Judge, you know the prosecution is withholding evidence. You know it, and you don't care because you want these guys convicted. So you are basically just another prosecutor. Because you have no spine, you don't believe in due process anymore, the rule of law anymore. You just don't believe in it because either Miss Love is having her reach around you on the brakes. I don't know why you're doing this. Besides that, you have no spine.
Examine this witness about these reports and the lack thereof and what she did or did not do. And I'm sure that your argument will also.
You sustained the objections through those questions. You sustained specific questions related to the reports. That is you, Judge Glanville, denying the jury the possibility to take that into account. So now, Judge Glanville is lying himself on the record.
Also bring light to those particular issues. So at this point, I think you've done as much as you can. Now, I told you, if these things surface later on, then we're going to have a problem. So, and I'll deal with it at that point in time.
I'm not worried about them surfacing later on. My belief is they don't exist. My belief is she lied on the stand about it. So,
Well, I mean, but that's a credibility determination for the jury to make.
but Your Honor, but you could give a judicial notice instruction to the jurors to at least establish, not whether
I'm not going to do it. I told you, I'm not going to do it. You've asked me to do that 3 times already. I'm not going to do it.
Well, I asked for a stipulation last time.
Yeah, well, I can't enter into, I can't
But you-
order a stipulation unless parties both agree to it.
And that's why I'm asking for judicial notice, because you can do that unilaterally.
No, I can't, because it has to be of something that, as the old expression goes,
It's not in dispute, and it's not. in
well, no,
discovery, Your Honor.
but it has to be something that would be an ordinary fact, and that's not something that would be an ordinary fact. Is your contention?
Ordinary fact, as in the prosecution is clearly having access to those investigations, because they are pulling different things out of them, and they do not provide it to the defense. They didn't even provide it to this expert witness.
In the state's contention, you contend, hey, they don't exist. The states, bar the parties contend, well, we gave you everything we had. So, and then you can argue that to the jury, and they can decide whether or not they want to believe you or not.
I'm not asking you to give a judicial notice that they don't exist. I'm just asking you to give a judicial notice that they weren't provided to the defense. That's all I'm asking. And that's
I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. All right. Unless there's anything else.
Shit.
And
You
Mr. Shaw
can do
also
that.
invited you to give me some law on that particular issue.
The reason you don't do it is because you don't want to, because you are basically a prosecutor in this case. You lying sack of shit.
I don't believe you've given me any laws that relates to that. So like I said, I can't do it. I can't do it, and I won't do it at this point in time. So
242201.
that's not the same, sir.
Well,
That's not.
okay.
That's not the same. All right, we're gonna recess. I'll see y'all in the morning.
I give you one case on this,
On what, sir?
that it has to,
That has what?
law. It has to be redacted, and I don't know the number, but the prior conviction to show that Mr. Stillwell is a convicted felon,
Yes.
it has to be redacted as to the predicate offenses if it's requested by the defense, or in this case, I'm requesting, but in this case, Mr. Sharp too. And that's the law in Georgia, and a case just came out in the 11th Circuit. And I'd just like to tell it to you because.
Yes, sir.
That's the law.
I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking.
So you're asking for a redaction and then indictment?
And that's why the state said, well, it's in evidence. Yes, it's in.
Yeah, it's in evidence, but it would still be subject to a redaction anyways.
That's it. So
All
they
right.
get out the gang relation.
Yeah.
Can I cite it?
Yes.
There's a lot, by the way, but it's United States versus Hood, like the hood of a car. And that's 2024 US appeal. That's U.S.APP. It's Lexus, Lexis, 3982. It was decided February 21, 2024. It's the 11th Circuit, and it's in Division 1. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So questions that you're going to ask, Ms. Love, and you will have to, since the defense has asked for redaction, then that would be, but that only applies basically when it goes, when it goes out. So,
Oh, but it can't be in court. And
Yeah.
it's only for, as you said, possession of firearms.
yes, sir.
Predicate, underlying felony.
And Your Honor, I guess the point that I would add is the redaction is meaningless if the state's allowed to ask investigators
I understand.
questions about it.
I understand. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna figure the questions that they're gonna ask and whether or not I'm going to expand
I
it,
have
if
this
any.
strong.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thinking
We're in
that-
recess. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9:30 and for 9.
They, by the way, 9:30. No. Oh no. Okay. Finally, this took a bit longer than I hoped for.
And in that.
So, luckily, the court. Let's see here.
I would ask that.
Okay, let's see here. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. All right, let's see. Here we are. Finally, from today. Going to play in 1.25.
Mr. Weinstein, good morning.
Roll call.
Mr. Ewing. Kowski. Okay. Last night. Okay, the issue that was presented last night before we left was involving the Mr. Stillwell's conviction and its redaction and other uses that the state wishes to get into. The court had an opportunity to think about that this evening, or I should say yesterday evening, this morning. I'm of the opinion that from looking at some case law that while the redactions are fine, that's the only purpose that they're going to be used for. I believe that you have sufficient evidence at this point in time. So I'm not going to permit it any other use other than what the intended redactions for. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And that was part of the reason that I did not send questions is that I did not pursue that further line of questioning. I did want to ask before the jury came out, Your Honor. There were questions asked on cross-examination by one of the counsels for one of the defendants as to Sergeant Baker's expertise. I would ask that the court, in light of the way that the case law lines out that we have to demarcate, I would ask that for the portion of the questions that I have remaining, that the court demarcate that we be asking.
He can't shut up if her life depended on it. Now she's claiming the defense opened the door. And now she wants her in. Oh, but now witness. Here's the thing. They can't use her as an expert witness if the question she answered was to her as a fact witness. But in this trial, who knows?
I did not specifically ask, and I intend to, unless the court tells me I cannot, I intend to ask Sergeant Baker additional, not many, about 10 expert questions.
Just going to answer this to It's Trinton. Without knowing all the Georgia rules and case law, don't tell me there isn't a direction on what should be done when the state doesn't turn over evidence. Here's the thing. The judge claims that the defense has the burden of proving that something hasn't been turned over. Not even when Miss Goatbeard, says on the stand that she left the files in the 5th floor. Her case files, everything was left in 2020. Just about a year before this investigation started, a year and a half before people were getting arrested. And now all of a sudden, those very recent case files are gone, except coincidentally, the things the prosecution wants to bring to the court. But that is why these things don't happen here, because the judge has switched the burden of evidence, the burden of proof in this case.
Based on a cross-examination.
Sir?
First of all, thank you for your consideration of the issue that I raised yesterday. I don't concur with the state that the state held off on asking questions. A very improper question was posed to the witness. The state, if there was a questionable issue.
Okay, what questionable issue? Frame it and be focused on it.
The question was essentially inquiring into Mr. Stillwell pleading guilty to 10 SC 87662 with co-defendant Kenneth Copeland and pleading guilty to gang charges.
Okay, we talked about that yesterday. Remember, at the bench.
I understand.
Okay, so what additional issues do you want to raise, or is there something else you want to invite attention to?
I'm going to ask something of the court in a second.
What is that? What is it? Bottom line up front.
Okay, I'm going to ask for
me.
the state should have checked before asking that question and putting that in the atmosphere. I'm going to ask for a curative instruction that the jurors are to completely disregard the last question posed by the
What
state.
question? What question was that?
Whether Shannon, I can't quote it exactly, but it was inquiring about Shannon Stillwell pleading guilty to gang charges and being charged with Kenneth Copeland.
Okay, and what are you saying is improper about that?
Well, that's exactly what the case law says it should not happen. It was the conviction was for a limited purpose. Now, I'll remind the court, the state entered, if I may approach this a bit, the state entered 3 convictions for my client, 31Q, 30Q, 2Q, and 33Q. They need 1 conviction, certified conviction, to show that my client is a convicted felon to fulfill the stated purpose of these convictions. Over my objection, I can't tell you the date, but when these were entered, over my objection, I offered to stipulate that he's a convicted felon. I said that 3 is too many. They were still allowed in. The facts and the co-defendants are completely irrelevant, and that's the basis of your ruling, I believe, Your Honor. And all I'm asking for—
Well, no, that's not the total basis of my ruling. I'm going to hear from the state as to whether or not the person that—
I told you Miss Love would found a way to sneak it in anyways. And the judge, Miss Love, how good you are. Now I can disregard my previous ruling. Asshat.
they mentioned, is there a separate basis about that? But the conviction, I mean, that's what it says. That's what the charging document says. Then, I mean, I don't know, unless it was redacted as to other things, but I don't believe it was redacted as to people.
Well, Your Honor, I was objecting to the admission, but as Your Honor knows, the way we've been conducting this trial, we've been admitting things in totality and then agreeing that we're going to have to figure out what goes back with the jury later on. Certainly, before the close of, or when evidence closes in this case and we're determining what goes back to the jury or not, I'm going to be asking Your Honor to order the state to draw up a redacted version of this indictment to remove Kenneth Copeland from the indictment, unless there's
a basis for it.
Unless there's a basis for it.
Okay, well, let me hear from the state and let me see if there's a basis for it, okay? But as to your other issues in regards to the state getting into other collateral matters, I'm gonna sustain that particular issue. I think the state's withdrawn their desire to go into anything else.
And Your Honor, and I appreciate that. And the only thing I'm asking for is a curative instruction.
I'll decide that whether or not, once the state gives me a rationale as to Kenneth Copeland.
Do you need these at all?
All right, so
I
Ms.
told
Love,
you the judge
do you understand Mr.
allowed
Short's
it
issue in
in.
terms of
I told you he would
Kenneth
find a
Copeland
way.
being on the indictment and saying that he's asking for a curative instruction as to that. Is there a legal basis for Mr. Copeland to be on the indictment that goes to the case in your case in chief?
Your Honor, there is, but at this time, again, we're not pursuing further questioning along those lines. As to the redaction, Your Honor, I would ask that the court allow us to more thoroughly get into that argument and that point after we have completed the witness, with the court's permission, after we have completed testimony for the day. The reason that I ask that, Your Honor, is that this evidence has already come out to the jury. What I asked the witness is not evidence. I do not believe that there is a legal basis to strike the question that I asked. The witness did not even answer the question.
But you introduced the question to the witness, and I believe Mr. Copeland's name was mentioned. Is there a separate legal theory about that? Or are you conceding that I should give a curative instruction as to that issue?
I'm definitely not conceding that there is a separate legal basis for it, Your Honor. When it was first introduced, it was introduced in total. We have, the jury has already heard testimony about who is on that indictment. It has actually been displayed for the jury. The fact that they were charged with gang activity is evidence that came out at the time that it was introduced, to the best of my recollection. And at this point, to tell the jury that they should strike or disregard the question that I asked does not properly take into consideration the fact that the question that I asked had to do with evidence that had already been put before the jury a long time prior to now.
All right.
Your Honor, I don't have a clear recollection of whether it was displayed or not, but what I do know, if it was displayed, it was over my objection. So if we
don't know that, did you object? Can you state definitively that you did object?
We approached the bench and we had a conversation
At the time that the earlier indictment was
when the state started, and this is my recollection, but I'm saying this with 99.5% certainty. When the state started introducing my client's certified convictions, I objected. And I objected, and we did it at the bench, Your Honor. And that was for the 3 convictions. I believe they're 31, 32, and 33Q. So if it was done over my objection, I don't know how and there was potentially issues that we're now reconsidering. I don't know. It doesn't make that argument that, well, we did something before that wasn't quite right, so now we have to continue down that road. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think we need to cure it now.
I think we're good, Mr. Shaw. I mean, I understand your argument and what you're saying. I'm gonna, since the state is backing off that, and I do believe the jury anyways has information about Mr. Copeland from earlier testimony.
That's the issue. The jury shouldn't have that information because it was.
I'm going to deny your motion at this point in time for curative instruction.
And just for the record, Your Honor, based on that denial, I would like to renew my motion for a mistrial.
And your motion has been noted and denied.
Thank you.
Okay, before the next question. All right, so can we call for our jurors?
I should have a motion for mistrial counter as well, but we are over 5 months into this trial. I can't go back and count them, but it's in the region of more than 5 and less than 15 motions for mistrial. I believe this is one of the good ones that was denied. And every motion for mistrial is for the record that the appeals court can handle when and if the case gets there. Because they have to go through this freaking trial first.
Hold on.
Can I just make 2 statements or observations or questions, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Botts.
Good morning to you also.
Your Honor,
And what are to frame it, what does it pertain to?
3 issues. 1, I'd like to have a current CV of this witness, the way it reads now, and I don't know.
Yeah, I believe that Ms. Hilton sent you one last night, which I'll include as the email and the CV as the next court's exhibit in order. That was sent last night. I want to.
Jesus freaking Christ. So the CV that was provided to the defense before Miss Goatbeard took the witness stand was not up to date. That is providing the court with false papers. I believe the defense was under the impression that she worked currently in law enforcement. If she hasn't worked within law enforcement for 4 damn years and not within the gang unit for 7 freaking years, yeah, listen till they didn't learn this until after the cross. Had they known what kind of bum Miss Goatbeard was and is, this sham Daubert hearing should have been held, first of all, outside of the jury, and then they would have worked her hard on that. Now they have 5 days of her testimony.
They,
It was this morning.
this morning,
This is
that was sent this morning, sir, about, oh, wow,
I missed it.
8:45 a.m.
Okay, I missed it. Thank you. I'll look at it right now. And I appreciate it. In addition, 2 other issues. My notes, and of course, I have to go with the honorable court reporter, but I don't have Mr. Stillwell's priors being shown or displayed to the jury. I have them admitted into the record and announced what they were. But I don't have any note that it was read on that he was convicted along with Mr. Copeland. So I don't
Maybe
know
the
that.
state can tell you that. I can't tell you off the top of my head without doing a little research.
I can't.
Ms. Love
It's in my notes.
or Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, I would ask that we would, if we needed to get a timestamp or a particular place, that we be allowed to do that after the witnesses have testified, as we're not going into that. But second,
everything is about allowing this witness to keep getting the testimony out of her, even though she is severely underqualified as an expert. Has my new share arrived yet? No, it hasn't. I was hoping it would get here before this weekend, but apparently not.
secondly, Your Honor, Sergeant Gaither has personal knowledge in her role as an investigator of the relationship and association between Copeland and
Show us the reports then, Miss Love.
Stillwell. So even without referencing the conviction itself, we would we don't intend to further that line of questioning, but we would be able to ask her about the relationship she is aware of between various members of YSL. That's not what we intend to do, but with Mr. Steele's question, we would have to go look back at the record, and I don't think that at this point that's a endeavor that we should undertake. But I'll do what the court tells me to do.
All right, Mr. Steele.
And the third part is, I'd like specificity. I know you didn't rule, but why are we going backwards on expertise and opinions of this witness? I don't know what the state, I heard their claim, but I don't know what the state is saying, that somehow they now need to redo what they've already done. So they said they have 10 questions or something to that effect, whatever they just said to you, but I'm asking the court to limit and exclude.
Yeah, I mean, they did the sham Daubert hearing, then she started testifying as a fact witness. Why do they need to do that again?
Because it is already, that ship is passed. We can't keep going backwards and then forwards on lay and expert. It's already gained. Well, you've ruled on it. So that's my final objection.
Yeah, why are we going backwards anyways?
Your Honor, 2 things. One, we're not going backwards. We're asking.
Well, how come you couldn't ask them when you qualified her as an expert?
Your Honor, in much the same way that we do with medical examiners and other experts that have both a fact knowledge of a certain case and a level of expertise, prior to us asking her about a specific set of facts, we wanted to actually introduce evidence of the facts themselves. We would ask that the court, as Hawkins and Golden Peanut requires, that there's a demarcation, but there's never been a prohibition on the expert testifying both as a fact and as an expert witness.
Yeah, I think Hawkins in the Golden Peanut case more so require that you have to have an expert that's qualified.
Right.
I believe in those cases you did not have your expert was not qualified. So he gave expert testimony to the officer, but he didn't in the Golden Peanut case. But okay. All right, Mr. Steele, I'm subject to foundation. We'll see where it goes, okay?
Can we at least inquire on, yes, of course. it's okay. And can the court at least inquire into what, this mystery to me of what this new evidence is that wasn't discussed and somehow now is relevant. Otherwise, all we do is approach the bench. It's you always are gracious and let us approach, but she's been on the stand at the state, I don't know, 3 days.
Okay, but there's what, 6 examiners and 7 examiners and a lot of stuff. So,
Just whatever you say, I'll object.
all right, well, what are we going to get into, Ms. Love, anyway? So I can keep things kind of moving.
Yes, Judge. I would ask her, given her background, knowledge, training, and experience, what factors led her to identify, what was it that led her to qualify or classify YSL as a gang?
That's been asked and answered already.
It wasn't, the court did not permit that question. They objected on the basis of her giving the law, and the court did not.
All right,
permit
okay.
that.
All right.
I would ask the witness, what about the April 12th shooting of Dexter Montgomery, what about that caused her to conclude, in her opinion as an expert, what about that particular incident qualifies it as gang activity? What elements did she look at that showed that it was in furtherance of YSL? I did not ask or get to ask that question. They said that she would be giving the law on that.
This is so stupid.
I believe that, just 1 second, Your Honor.
Yeah. So he sustained those objections, and now she wants to ask it of her as an expert witness instead. It's immensely stupid.
And that's generally the questions regarding her expertise or her opinion as an expert be getting into. What about this crime led her or leads her to conclude, or does she believe that this crime was in furtherance of a gang? What gang does she, in her expert opinion, based on her knowledge, training, experience, does she believe that this crime was done in furtherance of? And what about this crime led her to that conclusion? Those are the expert questions that I intend to get into.
All right. Bless you. Mr. Weinstein, can you approach, please?
Does this count as a side? Yeah, yeah, they are up there. They are up there. They are up there. Sidebar counter 157. For frick's sake. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, Honorable Keith Adams told me that he remembers these questions being asked. You sustained objections, and we moved on.
That was before she was qualified as an expert, though. But anyways, yes.
No, you did the qualification first.
Yeah.
Before any question. Second of all, Your Honor, this is just what I asked you before, and I know you said we're going to safeguard it. Detective Belknap has testified that over objection that YSL is a criminal street gang. We don't need those questions again. 1, 2. This witness testified that YSL is a criminal street gang, and she named people in it. And over objection, actually mistrial at the bench that I made, along with everyone else, not excluding anyone. She actually said that the April 12, 2015 incident, that's the Mr. Montgomery incident, the witness actually just blurted out, that's my word, on cross-examination, that this was a YSL criminal street gang that furthered the gang's activity.
Okay, but remember what happened prior to that. Mr. Sharp, was the examiner, and his line of questioning goaded this witness. So that's what the court observed. And I know, Mr. Sharp, you probably have a contrary opinion, but that's what the court's reflection of your examination was as to that point. Well, you know what? The transcript is silent as to what the physical manifestations and motivations of counsel.
Oh, you fuckwat. I'm saying 4 quad. It's my accent, YouTube censor thingy. I'm saying 4 quad and nothing else. It's the accent. The way Miss Goatbeard blurted out is completely unnecessary. That's not on the defense. But judge is judge.
And that's what I'm adding. So if the case is reviewed, they'll be able to show that what the court observed was your actions. So that's all right. That's fine. Okay. I mean, accordingly, the transcript will certainly reflect what it reflects, but it doesn't pick up the other things that the court just added for that purpose.
Throw and sifting cross-examination, Your Honor, nothing more.
All right, go on, Mr. Steele.
But that is objectionable because under, which you already ruled on, Purcell, PERCELL versus State 346 Georgia Appeal, 219-2018, where the second highest court in our state said under 24-704, no expert can testify to an element of the offense that goes to mental state, not just competency or insanity, as the state argued in Purcell. The statute applies to all criminal proceedings, not just those in which a defendant's competency is at issue. Criminal proceedings, expert witnesses testifying with respect to the mental state or opinion or condition of the accused cannot state an opinion or inference as to whether the accused did or did not have the mental state or condition constituting an element of the crime charge or defense thereto, because such ultimate issues, even under new evidence code, are matters left to the jury alone. And here, to say that this crime was done to further, as with the intent to further the interests of the gang, is mental state.
No, I disagree, sir. I respectfully disagree. I mean, I think
nobody is
I think
surprised.
Certainly there are elements to the crime or the purported crime in question, but that doesn't necessarily go to the mental state or of what is being presented.
Well, I would ask the court under any or all of those reasons, including the fact that this is being hit so hard.
Yeah, I'm tempted at this point in time, Ms. Love, and I told you this yesterday. It's cumulative with a lot of stuff, and I think that we're kind of getting afoul of that. So I would ask that you not go back into those particular areas again.
Your Honor, with respect to the court and to counsels, Your Honor, under ordinary circumstances, for one case, we would have a single gang expert. I noticed that the assertion is made over and over that we have had Detective Belknap testify. We have over 28 different cases here. We have people who are involved in each of these cases. Out of 28 cases, we only have 5. The way that we normally conduct cases, we would have an expert per case that we try.
That is so improper. Those are not cases, those are underlying or overt acts. Just because you pile on doesn't mean that you can pile on cumulatively.
In this particular case, Your Honor, Detective Belknap did not have anything to do with this particular act. And as we stated at the beginning, Your Honor, our experts, we do not intend that they overlap, but they will be testifying about things that the other experts they did not testify about, they're not talking about. And the fact that Detective Sergeant Gaither has been qualified as an expert by Your Honor, the jury still has to weigh and decide how or whether they even believe it. And so what the defense does by asking that the court not allow the state to inquire, the basis for her conclusion is that they hamstring the jury's ability to decide whether or not they believe her and to gauge her credibility. So what has happened, Your Honor, is by saying that it's cumulative, it misstates the fact or misstates reality, in Your Honor, in that we have not had any expert at all talk about what Detective Gaither has talked about, the fact that she determined as a matter separate from Detective Belknap that she classified YSL as a gang and that she then had to make a determination about the acts that occurred in April 2015. These are matters that the jury has not heard from the witness about. And these are matters that allow the jury to weigh her testimony as the court has instructed them that they should. So we're not rehashing any matters that Detective Belknap talked about. And in fact, if I believe correctly, counsel for defendants thoroughly crossed Detective Belknap and the the implication was it was to call into question his qualifications as an expert. And every time that's done, Your Honor, that heightens rather the need for and the
No, that is you fucking up by bringing rubbish witnesses. And you bring it in order to bring more. This is not a trial of quality. It's a trial of quantity. And that is improper.
probative value of testimony from a different person who saw things from a different perspective. Each time that an expertise is challenged, that is what they're doing. So we respectfully ask that the court allow us to ask the basis for her opinions, and especially when she has now testified about particular facts that no other expert has told the jury about at all.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. The challenge that we're having at this point in time is there are some things that don't necessarily need to be replowed. And I asked you yesterday to be very judicious about that because you will draw an objection and at a time I will sustain it as being cumulative. That's not what you started out with telling me. I mean, so if you're telling me that's what the specific reason you're going to ask her and that's for the basis for her opinion, that's one thing. I don't think that's been testified to. I think I'll probably allow that. But let's just kind of be mindful of what we've covered so far, okay? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
So with that, I'm going to call for our jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be mindful
Sorry, Ingram?
of Your Honor, she doesn't care. She would do anything. I bet you she would put a grenade up someone's behind in order to get new evidence in. She would do practically anything. I don't exclude anything about soulless Miss Love's ability to get anything in as long as she nags and bitches and moans, and you approve it, Judge Glanville.
Seated?
Yeah, may we call
Yeah, your witness, I think we're going to get her. Madam, you're still under oath? All right, you may continue, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Gaither, you were qualified earlier in this trial as an expert by the court. I want to ask you, given that you talked about your knowledge of YSL members being interested in music, would you tell the jury?
A reminder, they got her current CV this morning, an hour before court. The state decided to show them her actual CV that will show she has not been in law enforcement for 4 years. She has not been a part of a gang unit for 7 years. Had they known that beforehand, this would never have happened. And it's a scam. It's a sham that this is even remotely allowed.
The basis for your classification of YSL as a criminal street gang.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, sir.
Based on information we had from police reports, members, activities, criminal activities.
What fucking police reports? Show them.
In the community, as well as their willingness to display.
Overruled, sir. That was Brian, that was Mr. Steele, confrontation clause. All right, overruled.
As well as their willingness to display their gang ties, whether it's through their clothing, tattoos, posting information on social media, referencing.
Here's the change in demeanor again. All of a sudden, she has perfect recollection. Liar.
Their gang, as well as committing crimes. That's how we categorize YSL as a criminal street gang.
And were you aware of crimes that at least 3 members of YSL had committed in furtherance of YSL?
Yes. Give it to me. Give it to me. All right. Overruled. That's sustained, sir. That's the form. Yeah, get his phone. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you aware of crimes committed in furtherance of YSL?
Objection, Your Honor, under Purcell.
I'm overruling the objection.
There have been crimes committed in furtherance of YSL.
Is it 15?
And-
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
You testified that you took out,
Objection to the form of the question.
I stand the objection, sir.
with respect to the crimes that occurred regarding Dexter Montgomery, based on your background, training, and experience in the area of criminal street gangs, in your opinion, were those crimes committed as related to Dexter Montgomery committed in furtherance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Reading.
Overruled, sir. Mr. Sharp?
Objection, Your Honor, improper topic for witness, extra witness testimony.
Overruled, sir. Mr. Steele?
Objection under Purcell, P-E-R-C-E-L-L versus
Oh,
State.
overruled, sir.
24-7.
Overruled, sir.
Were those crimes committed in furtherance of a criminal street gang?
Yes, it was.
What criminal street gang?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Overruled, sir.
YSL.
Would you please tell the jury the basis for your conclusion in your expert opinion that these crimes were committed in furtherance of the gang YSL?
Hello, jury. I'm lying because
Overruled, sir.
this cunt
Overruled, sir.
makes me.
You may answer the question, but the jury, please.
Yes. I came to the conclusion that the criminal act that YSL committed was considered criminal street gang activity based upon the persons that were involved in the crime, which was Walter Murphy. He was a confirmed member of YSL. Demaz McMullen was a confirmed member of YSL, as well as Kelvin Treadwell was a confirmed member of YSL. Another factor that I used was Mr. Murphy's, he was pretty popular in the neighborhood and a lot of people knew him. He also had a tattoo on his face that said YSL, and he made no effort to cover up the tattoo, to disguise it, and the brazenness of the actual crime, which made it, in my opinion, in furtherance of YSL, the act.
Thank you. And I want to, Your Honor, at this point, ask related to the question on cross about a fact that was made.
Objection to the form of this question.
I'll sustain the objection. Just ask the question.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about your role in the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was your role in the Donovan Thomas murder investigation, if any?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled, sir.
I wasn't the lead detective on the case, but our major crimes unit, which includes homicide gang, the gang unit, other units, we work in conjunction with each other. So although I was not the lead detective on the actual murder case, my partner and I were.
These are the exact reasons why she refused to answer questions to the defense, because she wasn't the lead detective. Now she's saying, I wasn't the lead detective, but in my opinion, as an expert, mouth fart, mouth diarrhea, you absolute lying sack of shit.
Working several shootings
Lazy
and
bum.
incidents in and around the Donovan Thomas murder. So we did help investigate Thorpe as much as we could, but we also were working independent cases that were still related to the actual homicide.
And as it relates to your efforts to assist Thorpe, did you make any effort to obtain surveillance footage that may have related to the Donovan Thomas murder or what happened thereafter?
Yes, we received information that
Objection, confrontation clause.
With that,
I'll sustain the objections to form.
just, yes, Your Honor. Did you go anywhere to obtain surveillance footage that may have given information about participants in the murder?
yes,
And where did you go?
the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, right at Old Hayville Road.
And were you successful in obtaining or getting surveillance footage from that location?
I was not.
You were asked
The
on
same surveillance
cross-examination.
video they watched in the laundromat incident, where we now know through radio communications that cops on the scene actually watched the surveillance video, which Ms. Love told the judge, lied to his face and said didn't exist. And where are the damn reports?
About whether or not anyone had been tried or was anyone on trial at the time of January 16, 2015, that the video that was played for the jury yesterday was posted on Demekion Garlington's
Wrong
account?
date, objection, formal question.
I stand as a formal question. You can rephrase.
Do you recall the video shown to the jury where Jeffrey Williams said, if you come into the court and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, that's for me and YSL?
Not a fair summary. vote.
Mr. Steele, please make a valid objection and don't speak.
One of the question is not a fair summary.
That's not an objection, sir.
Okay? The
Just
question being asked
is what?
is
Is it
not.
an improper question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I sustain the objection. Do you have an objection, Mr. Matthews? All right. Okay.
I
All right.
rephrase.
You can rephrase.
Do you recall showing or seeing a video with the jury yesterday involving Jeffrey Williams speaking into the camera?
Yes,
Do you recall questions being asked of you on cross-examination about whether any trials were going on during that time?
I believe so.
To your
Which you objected to and got it sustained. So why in the flaming fuck are you asking questions about it now?
knowledge, by the time that, by January 16, 2015, had persons made any, come forth and made any statements regarding things that they knew about this crime, the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes,
Had you spoken to persons that may have provided you information about the Donovan Thomas murder?
before January 16, or just period?
And I said the 16th, I meant the 26th.
26, okay,
By January the 26th of 2015, had you spoken with persons offering information?
yes.
Prove it. Show the reports. Yeah, Ayanna Davis, her memory is so good right now. Isn't that amazing how her memory improves with Miss Love in front of her? It might be the devil's curse that Miss Love takes the memory away when she sits down, and it magically appears again when she stands up and asks questions.
Would you tell the jury whether or not it was or is uncommon for that kind of information when people speak to the police to leak out into the community?
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase, madam.
Have you had instances where interrogations with people of interest have been leaked about your gang cases?
Overrule, sir.
Yes,
Based on your experience with the gang unit, is snitching or talking to the police about crimes considered a good thing or a bad thing?
Then why are every snitch in Atlanta still alive? Why is every snitch who snitched on the YSL, why are they here in court testifying without anything happening to them? Anything.
Generally speaking.
Objection vague or way beyond expertise.
Overrule, sir.
from the suspect's point of view, or
From the suspects, from the people that you encounter when you're investigating these cases?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overrule, sir.
You may
Yes.
answer.
it's generally not considered a good thing to talk to police.
One moment, Your Honor.
They better get an opportunity to recross about her sham CV.
And when you attempted to get the surveillance footage from the McDonald's,
Yes.
was it made available to you by anyone at the McDonald's?
No, it wasn't.
Did you pass this information along to the lead investigator in the case?
I did.
Is there anything that you did that you have not already talked about as it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
I sustain the objection.
Was working the shootings and attempting to collect the surveillance footage from the McDonald's. The majority, the main things that you did with the Donovan Thomas murder investigation.
Objection made.
Overrule, sir.
Yes.
So everything she did was somebody telling this Miss Goatbeard, go there, try to do something useful, or go there, try to do something useful. That's about the entirety of her work, because she doesn't like to work. She testified to it. For the first 3 years in the law enforcement as a cop, she actively avoided going to 911 calls. Then she was department jumping until she found somewhere, anywhere, where she didn't do a horrible job. And she found the gang unit, which apparently is the unit where the absolute biggest morons in the Atlanta Police Department eventually gather. And now here she is as an expert.
Thank you. That's all that I have at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Shark, any recross? All right.
Investigator Gaither, good morning.
Good morning.
You were, that January 10, 2015 case that you were investigating going to the McDonald's, that was a murder case, correct?
Objection as to the form of question.
Overruled.
That was a murder case, correct?
I did not investigate the January 10th incident, sir.
You didn't go to the McDonald's? You just testified you went to the McDonald's. That wasn't about the January 10, 2015 case?
You,
Your Honor, I object.
Basis.
Form of the question.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you just
Right,
testify
sir.
that you went to McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue and Old Hayfield Road to retrieve surveillance?
I did.
Was that in relation to the investigation of the January 10, 2015 murder case?
Correct.
Okay. Surely, as you were working a murder case, you would have written a report about your efforts to obtain the surveillance, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
So did you write a report or did you not write a report about going to the McDonald's on Old Hayfield and Cleveland Avenue in search of surveillance?
There was nothing to write, sir.
So you did not write a report?
There was nothing to write, sir.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question.
Miss Goatbeard, you absolute moron. When you go by direct order to try to retrieve something and you don't get it, that has to go into a report that you couldn't find it. That way, your colleagues knows. How the fuck do you even breathe and walk upstairs at the same time? I mean, if a staircase has more than 10 steps, she's going to faint because she can't use her brain doing two things at the same time.
Ask you for an answer. Did you write a report?
Your Honor, I object. Asking the answer.
I sustain the
I haven't
objection.
received an answer, Your
I
Honor.
sustain the objection.
Okay. What day did you go to the McDonald's to obtain this surveillance?
It's the day after I spoke with a witness that gave me the information. I believe that date was January the 26th, I believe, the 26th or the 28th, somewhere in that range.
Okay. 26th to 28th. And do you or anyone else that you know of have a report reflecting that you went on the 26th or 28th?
Objection. Ask an answer.
Sustained.
Okay. Who did you speak to at the McDonald's? What was their name?
The young lady that was working the counter,
Yes.
she did not give me her name. She gave me her.
She walked up to the registry to ask for. Here's what probably happened, because this absolute lazy moron of a cop walked up to the counter and asked, do you have surveillance video I can use? And the counter lady, I can't do that. You have to go to a manager or superior. Okay. And then she walked out again because Miss Goatbeard doesn't like to work. This is insanely stupid.
General manager's name and phone number,
Oh.
and that information was passed along to Investigator Thorpe.
And what was the name?
That's all she did. She got the name and she just passed it on. Why? Because she hates to work. A proper investigator would have, hello, Mr. Manager or Miss Manager, whatever's. I'm here. I need surveillance video. Exactly. How was it passed? In writing? By text? Email? How? Or did you just pass by and said, they didn't have it, and let it go?
I don't have it. I gave it to Investigator Thorpe.
What was the phone number?
I don't have any information from the McDonald's. It was passed along to Investigator Thorpe.
No further questions? Thank you.
All right, sir. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day.
Good morning, sir.
Can I just ask you some clarifying questions about what you just were talking about?
Absolutely.
All right. You went to McDonald's 150, correct me, 150 Cleveland Avenue, does that sound right?
I'm not sure the exact address, but it's at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and O'Hateville Road.
You're with Detective Dennis?
Yes.
All right. Anybody else with you?
No, in our vehicle?
Or
No,
in the McDonald's?
just Investigator Dennis and I and whoever was in McDonald's.
You're there on or about January 26th, 27th, or 28th? Does that sound right, 2015?
That's what I just stated, sir.
You, along with in lockstep Detective Dennis, speak with the counter person, the person working at the counter at McDonald's.
Correct.
Say,
Objection, Your Honor, asking.
I stand the objection.
you get the name and a telephone number to a manager, McDonald's, is that fair to say?
Sir, I just stated that, yes, sir.
Okay. You pass that information along to Homicide Detective Thorpe, City of Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
And he is the person, Thorpe, fair to say? Is that how he spells his last name?
THROPE, yes, sir.
And you pass along that information to Detective Thorpe? The
Yes,
phone
sir.
number. Did you, Detective Dennis, do anything further to obtain the surveillance video from that McDonald's?
It was nothing else to do, sir.
Because it's Detective Thorpe is the lead detective, is that why?
Correct. I was given the information that particular persons were at the location shortly after the homicide. I was proactive in going to the McDonald's, went there, it was video cameras outside. The young lady was not very helpful. She obviously knew that we were police officers and she was not willing to give us information.
She's a counter, minimum wage count. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Regarding their camera systems. So I asked for her general manager's phone number and name, which she gave me, and I in turn passed it along to Investigator Thorpe.
And that was pretty much it, as far as as far as you know, I'm not asking you to speculate. Detective Dennis's involvement with obtaining information for the video.
I did not do anything further to obtain the video.
Okay. Let's talk about, you mentioned with the ladies and gentlemen jury, and I don't remember the address. If you can tell them where it is, that would be helpful. The Green Store. Can you tell them where that's located?
It's at the intersection of Glen Street and I believe it's 490 Glen. I think that's the address, 490 Glen Street.
Thank you. And I call it the Green Store.
That's the neighborhood name for it. And it's the Bright Green Store.
Okay. Do you know the real name or the given name of it?
I don't.
Okay. And that's the color. That's what you're
The
saying.
color of the
outside.
building.
All right. Now, on January 11th, the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, did you receive information or thereafter that Kenneth Copeland stated that he was?
Your Honor, as to hearsay.
I stand the objection.
Okay. Ignoring what anybody told you. I'm not offering for the truth, by the way, but okay. Did you have information that that location that you just referenced, the Green Store, that was also a place of interest concerning Donovan Thomas's murder?
Objection, Your Honor, faith and hearsay.
I stand the objection.
Did you do anything, or one of your members, your coworkers, did you get any type of interview of people at the Green Store?
I don't recall receiving information about the Green Store.
Okay. So is it fair to say then you didn't try to get surveillance video from the Green Store?
Why would I get surveillance video from the Green Store if I had no information that the Green Store was involved?
Well, your coworker tells you if you didn't know directly.
Your Honor, I object as to asking.
I stand the objection.
All right. 2015, 14, that area. you were working alongside of Homeland Security personnel who are under the city of Atlanta. Is that what you said earlier? There were some people designated to Homeland Security. They work for the city of Atlanta, though.
I didn't say I was working alongside of them, no.
They're coworkers. They work at the city of Atlanta Police Department. They get videos.
Say again?
Hey,
I'll stay in the question. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
They get videos. These people, they help.
Who are you talking about, sir?
Remember you said, and I can't remember the gentleman's name or the young lady's name, but you said that there was somebody who helps secure videos.
Investigator Teague?
I think it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't he under, I know he's with the city of Atlanta, but isn't he under Homeland Security? Am I wrong?
At the time, I believe they may have been under, yes, it was Homeland. Yes.
That's fine.
I don't know what he's doing now, but at the time, yes.
And I'm going to 2014, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember them having the ability, when I say them, Investigator Teague or you or your law enforcement agency, getting cameras that were all over the city of Atlanta?
objection.
License plate readers, they call it.
I'll stay in the objection.
Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
I'll stay in the objection.
Do you remember license plate readers cameras? Do you know what I'm talking about?
LPRs?
Yes.
I'll stay in the objection.
Do you know what LPRs are? And can you tell the jury?
Objection, compound.
That's
Overrule the objection. You can answer the question, madam.
LPRs, license plate readers, are cameras that are throughout the city and major intersections or just areas throughout the city that captures license plates as they go through that particular intersection. And if an investigator or a police officer would, need to search that particular area looking for a particular vehicle, it records the actual license plates from the camera system.
And that was in effect in 2014, 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Overrule the objection. You can answer it.
I believe they were.
All right. I'm not saying you did it, but did you or your teammates seek to secure the license plate readers through relevant places, including the McDonald's?
For what?
January 10th, 2015.
I was not the lead investigator on the case.
I understand. I'm not pinning it on you. I'm just asking you, did you do that?
No, I did not. I
That
was
would be
not the
for
lead
you.
investigator for that case.
That's a Detective Thorpe issue.
Correct.
Okay. Were you in the room or looking in the room? So, from a two-way mirror or a camera when Detective Thorpe was interviewing on video, audio, Kenneth Copeland on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015.
I believe I answered that, sir.
What's the answer?
I've already answered the questions regarding the interview with Kenneth Copeland just after the homicide.
Okay. I don't remember ever doing this.
Sir,
Could you do
I've
me a
answered that
courtesy?
question.
I understand. And I apologize asking you to answer it again.
It's okay, but I've answered that question, sir.
Okay. So could you answer?
I'm gonna ask the witness to answer the question. She can't make her own objection.
All right, madam, if you can't answer the question, but I'm going to sustain it. It's been asked and answered. So let's move on.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland put his cell phone
Objection,
on the
Your Honor.
desk
Assuming
where
facts are
Detective
not
Thorpe-
evidence.
Let me finish the question.
where Detective Thorpe was speaking with him at the City of Atlanta Police Department on early morning hours of January 11, 2015?
Objection, assuming facts are not in evidence.
I'll stay in the objection.
Did you personally see Kenneth Copeland put his cell phone in the middle of a table with
Objection,
Detective
second
Thorpe?
question.
I stay in the question. Let's move on, Mr. Steele.
Okay. You ever speak to a person of interest or a suspect, and they bring to that meeting where they have on their person a cell phone, their cell phone?
Objection, relevant.
I'll stay in the question.
Do cell phones carry a lot of information that may be useful to clear a person or implicate a person, potentially?
Objection, vague, Your Honor.
I think
I'll
that-
sustain the question.
Is there a reason that you know that you, Detective Thorpe, whomever, on January 11, 2015, did not take Kenneth Copeland's cell phone from him or seek a warrant to do
Objection,
so?
Your Honor. Assumes facts not in
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Okay. It's a tough crowd this morning.
Your Honor,
With regards to,
Yeah, you disregard the commentary, Mr. Steele. Okay.
joking.
All right.
With regards to, it is not favored. Remember saying that it's not favored for people to speak with the police? Remember saying that just a couple minutes ago?
Favorite, I believe that's your word.
It may be.
No, I didn't say favor, sir.
Okay. Whatever word you have. That premise.
Mhm.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams
Your Honor,
encouraged
I want to object as to any
Kenneth
self-serving,
Copeland
Your Honor.
to go
Objection,
to the
objection.
Hold on.
police
Stop, Your
department?
Honor, please.
Hold on, folks. Miss Weaver's pretty good, but only one person at a time. The question you started to ask Mr. Steele is objectionable, so I must sustain the objection.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams
Your Honor, I
did not,
object.
Let him finish. Let me see what it says.
did not encourage Kenneth Copeland to speak with law enforcement on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. It's improper. Improper question.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Matthews? All right, Mr. Garner? All right, Miss D. Williams? All right, Mr. Weinstein? All right, Miss anybody else? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May retired investigator, detective, dentist be permanently or temporarily excused?
Gator,
Gator, be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
temporarily, Your Honor, but we don't,
Okay.
Yes, Katie Matthews, the judge is breaking the rules to help the state win the case, but it doesn't realize it has a negative effect on the jury because of the bias. Here's the thing. We know more about this case than the jury. The jury does not know what's going on once they are out. They look at the judge as whatever he says, that's according to law. So the witness being a bitch on the stand and lying on the stand and the judge doing nothing about it is approved by the judge.
we'll be calling her back, but just in case, we don't know.
May I join in that and a subpoena that the state has on Detective Gaither?
Your Honor, I would object.
Mr. Steele, at this point in time, I don't think we should cover that. Can we cover that in just a minute?
Let me answer your question. I don't.
Now, can we cover that in just a minute?
Whatever you say.
Okay, all right, just give me a minute. We'll cover that, okay? All right. Madam,
I could almost bet money that the judge
I'm
will
going to
deny
temporarily
that.
excuse you as a witness. That means you'll be subject to being recalled at some point in time. We will give you plenty of advance notice as to when and if you need to be called as a witness. I just ask you to not discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. All right.
Yeah, as Heather says, the jury is clueless to all the bullshit behind the scenes. Sadly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you want to take 10 minutes? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess for about 10 minutes, and then we'll call you back and see where we are at that point in time, okay? All rise.
And while we wait, hit the thumbs up. I'm going longer today because tomorrow is a national holiday in Sweden, so I will go on.
Just torment me.
Will you fart again, Judge?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay. Mr. Steele, I don't want to take that up in front of the jury. You request to join in the subpoena because you're not required to present any evidence. And in the abundance of caution, you may make that decision at any point and when the appropriate time comes. But I don't think it's proper for you to state that in front of the jury. Okay, so I will acknowledge the premise that certainly if you've served the subpoena or whatever else, but that's not for their consumption at this point in time. The jury, that is, okay?
Yes, sir. I did not serve a subpoena. That's why I was asking if I could join the state subpoena.
Okay, but that's something we could take up. That's why I wanted to take it up now, outside the presence here in the jury, because you don't have to present anything in this case. And the law provides you with great flexibility to decide whether or not, as I mentioned many times before, as to whether or not you and any of the other accused in this case decide to present a case at all. And if you just change your mind, that's your purview. But that's why I want to take it up outside the presence of hearing, okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so to the extent that you serve a subpoena on her as well, if in fact you decide.
Now we know that this witness doesn't even get paid because she was subpoenaed to testify. I wonder what threats Ms. Love made to this witness and what actually transpired.
You want to do that, that's all well and good, but I think that she will be made available again as a witness. Okay? All right. Okay, before I give you all your break, is your next witness in pocket?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is that?
It's Senior Patrol Officer T. Penny.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and take 5 minutes or 10 minutes and we'll come back in. We'll see where the day leads us, okay? All right, we're recessing.
Let's see how long these 5 minutes is. We have 2 hours behind still. That's 5 minutes. That's 10 minutes. And up. Sidebar counter 158. Oh. Now the jury is going back.
Officer Finney, good morning, sir. If you could come, please approach the witness stand, please. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind as to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, who sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
First name is going to be Tyrone, Tyrone. Last name is going to be Finney, Finney.
Good morning, Senior Officer Finney. How you doing?
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury, I see your uniform, where you work?
For the city of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for APD?
16 years and like 10 months.
What do you currently do?
I investigate burglaries in West Atlanta.
What zone is that?
Zone 1.
And how long have you been investigating burglaries in zone 1?
Since 2018.
What did you do?
I'm sorry, 2018. Yes, ma'am.
What was your first assignment in APD when you started?
When I first started, I was on patrol working the overnight shifts in Zone 1.
And what parts of the city, like what beat did you work in zone 1 back then?
I worked the whole zone. I was a roustabout.
So you travel all throughout zone 1?
Yes. I worked the whole zone. I was a roustabout.
Now, how long were you patrol in zone 1?
For approximately, roughly like 8 years.
And after doing those 8 years on patrol, what was your next assignment?
I got promoted, and then I made senior police officer where I was out training the new officers who were coming on the department.
How long did you do that?
For initially it was a year and a half, and then I got assigned to school detectives. I worked in the school for 2 years.
So is that what do you call that? Is that
You went from training other police officers to school duty? All right. And he's sitting right there. I guess I have to show. Yeah, all right.
SRO?
Correct.
And what does that stand for?
School resource officer.
So what schools did you work when you were an SRO?
I worked at Kennedy Middle School and Forest Hills Academy.
Where is Kennedy Middle School within Atlanta?
It used to be over there off of James P. Brawley. It's closed down now. It's shut down now, excuse me.
And where's Forest Hills?
It's off of Cleveland Avenue, off of Forest Hills Drive.
And what part of, okay. And was Forest Hills, what kind of school was that?
It's going to be an alternative school for the kids who got put out of school for various reasons.
And what grades did it have when you worked there?
It was middle school and high school, excuse me.
So like 6th through 12th grade?
Correct.
Now, can you tell me about your time when you were in SRO? Like what all did you do? Did you interact with students? What did you handle?
I interacted with the students when they came to the school. We used to have conversations about life, about them getting on the right track, basically just trying to show them that they should go opposite direction to get out of that environment.
Officer, hold on. Officer Finney, can you do me a favor? Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, sir.
All right, no problem. Thank you, sir.
And Officer Finney, when you worked there and talked with students, did you have any interaction with street gangs?
Yes, some of the kids advised they were part of the street gangs over there.
I'm going to sustain this and ask that you rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor. So you worked for 2 years, you said?
Yes, at Forest Hills Academy, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you work Monday through Friday, or how many days a week did you work there?
5 days a week, Monday through Friday, correct.
And when you worked there, how often would you interact one-on-one with students?
It was throughout the day. I used to talk to all the kids throughout the day most of the time.
And when you talked to these kids throughout the day, was it for any case you were working, or why were you talking to kids?
Oral, sir.
Just
I'm
to talk
going
to
to
them
pay
about
this
life,
in a
trying to get
higher
life together,
speed.
to get out of that environment.
So when they talked to you one-on-one, they were just confiding in you, talking about life.
Yes, correct.
And
So we catch up someday today.
I'm overly objection, Mr. Adams.
They usually just talk about life and why they was there. Some of it was for gang stuff. Some of it wasn't. Some of it was for discipline problems outside of gang stuff. There's just multiple different reasons.
And what gangs did you come across when you worked with students?
It was the Bloods and the Crips.
Was there any other gangs that you're familiar with other than Bloods and Crips?
Some of the kids used to identify themselves as YSL and sex money murder back then.
Objections to qualification and foundation.
Your Honor, I have a response. I don't want to. And was this through self-admission or
I state objection.
did you ever see or have any conversation about fencing?
Yes, about getting them on the face.
Overruled. That was Mr. Matthews, vague.
And when speaking with students, I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And SPO Finney, did you ever have any conversations for C?
Is he a gang expert? No. And here he is claiming gangs.
When you personally worked at schools, any hand gestures or anything that came up on work that seems with this letter?
Sometimes they do like handshakes, but that was all.
And I want to talk to you about after that. Is that when you, or after you worked at SRO, what did you do next?
I went back to Zone 1 working on the evening shift from 2016 to 2018.
And then since 2018 to now, you've been working burglaries in Zone 1?
Correct.
When you work burglaries, like what kind of, is it mostly commercial or residential response?
It's going to be both residential and business burglaries.
And what kind of stuff do you do while working burglaries?
Contact the victim, look for video footage, checking fingerprint stuff.
Now, working in Zone 1, or also say this, when you started Border Patrol to now, have you been post certified?
Yes.
And back on April 26, 2015, we post certified.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you, kind of take you back in time to April 26, 2015. SPO Finney, were you working as an SRO then?
Yes.
And did you ever have or work in your time in APB an extra job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what are extra jobs?
It's a part-time job that we work off duty.
And when you work these extra jobs, do they have to be approved?
Yes.
Do you have to get permission?
Yes, you have to get signed off by your chain of command.
And how does that work? Like, do you choose the extra jobs that you work, or how does that go?
Yes, if somebody asks you to work, you can advise them yes or no you want to work.
And if you're working an extra job where you've gotten the permissions, are you able to wear the uniform while working that job?
Yes, you're in uniform.
Do you have your firearm on?
Yes.
Prior to April 26, 2015, what type of extra jobs have you worked while employed?
I worked the Old Turner Field, Mercedes-Benz. I'm sorry, it wasn't Mercedes-Benz back then, but the Dome and also the nightclubs.
When did you start working in nightclubs in Sealand?
Around 2010, 11 timeframe.
Okay. And what nightclubs did you work at?
At the moment, it was just Compound Nightclub.
Okay. When did you start work? Or let me ask you this: where is Compound Nightclub?
It used to be located at 1008 Brady Avenue. It's now closed.
And is that in the city of Atlanta?
Correct.
What year did you start working at Compound?
I'm not 100% sure on the exact year.
That's all right. How frequent would you work there? Was it a couple times a month, a couple times a year?
Probably 2 or 3 times a month.
And would other APD officers work with you?
Yes, it'd be a group of us working.
Now, on specifically April 26, 2018, were you working an extra job that night?
Yes, I was.
And where were you working?
At the compound.
And when you were working that night, was there any other officers that were working with you?
Yes, there's quite a few officers. I'm not exactly sure who all the officers were, but there's quite a few officers working around.
Was there any of those officers that you did know?
Yes, retired investigator Dennis was working with me at compound that night.
How often would you work with retired detective Dennis?
Usually every time I worked. At the compound, sorry.
Do you have any present-day interaction with retired detective Dennis?
Yes.
What do you all do currently?
We're friends, and then we do Clippers and Cops together.
What's Clippers and Cops?
Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Basically, it's a group of retired officers and current officers who go out to the community, just trying to bridge the gap between the police and the community.
And what cities does it operate in?
Right now, it's operating out of Atlanta and St. Louis.
Now, on April 26, 2015, what was going on at Compound that night?
On April 26th, the compound had Lil Wayne had Lil Wayne come to the club for an appearance.
So can you kind of break that down? What does it mean to make an appearance?
Yeah, he's going to testify about Lil Wayne shooting. And by the way, according to somebody in Thug Daily's Twitter timeline, claims that at Lil Wayne's concert a couple of days ago, he urged the audience to go play his new song with Young Thug. Does that sound like any animosity between the two groups? That Jeffrey Williams and Lil Wayne are still cooperating? This is so immensely stupid.
Basically just come in and show his face and talk to the crowd possibly.
So is it different than a concert?
Correct.
And when people, how often was it that celebrities or entertainers would come make guest appearances?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, sir.
It just depends on what's going on in the city.
Since you've been working at the compound, had you ever had Lil Wayne appear there for a guest appearance?
Prior to that day, no.
How is a guest appearance different than a concert? Can you break that down?
Concert, they'll be performing. Guest appearance, they're just coming in with their entourage and just hanging out basically.
Now, back in April 26, 2015, how big a deal was it to have Lil Wayne as a guest appearance that night?
It was huge. It was overly crowded that night.
Back then, did you yourself ever listen to Lil Wayne's music?
Yes.
And around what time did you get there, if you remember, to compound that night?
It's probably gonna be around 10 p.m.
Now, in general, how late is the compound open?
until 3.
When you got there, how does it work to get assigned these positions?
We will all be placed in different areas just for crowd control and traffic control.
What specific area at the compound was kind of your area of operation, so to speak, that night?
I was at the corner of Brady Avenue and 11th Street.
And now that night, was it raining that night?
No, it was clear.
And obviously, you get there at, did you say 11 o'clock? or 10?
Around 10, it was between 10 and 11.
So was it dark outside?
Yes.
Is there any lighting on Brady Avenue in that area?
Yes, it'll be lit very well.
So I'm gonna approach you with some photographs. I'm handing State's Exhibit 3 through 7 Echo.
Goes to asks, wait a second, YSL was formed in 2016 after Officer Taron was no longer working as an SRO. I believe the allegation is that YSL is what came after the rock crew, which is, in my opinion, completely false. People left rock crew and joined the music label YSL, in my opinion. So, in my opinion, the prosecution is full of crap regarding that and most other things as well. But this officer, well, it's prosecution's shenanigans again.
Now, as you're finished, I'm gonna talk a little slower. We're gonna slow this down a little bit, is that all right? I'm gonna approach you with State's Exhibit 3 through 7 Echo. So if you can, just take a look at those, and when you're done looking at it, just look up again. Do you recognize those?
Yes,
How do you recognize those?
that's going to be the intersection of 11th Street and Brady Avenue.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how the area of the compound rating 11th Street looked back in 2015?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to move to tender that evidence, State's Exhibits 3 through 7 Echo.
Any objection to states 3 Echo through 7 Echo? All right, states 3 through 7 Echo are admitted and published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm publishing State's Exhibits 3 Echo now. And just to kind of orient the jury, Officer Finney, what are these? Are these photos? Are these Google images? What are these 3 through 7?
It's going to be the location of where the intersection of 11th and Brady from back then, because currently it looks totally different than it does in these pictures.
Has that area from today till now, how has it changed?
Basically, they put an apartment complex up on the corner of 11th and Brady now.
Will talking through these photographs help?
Well, hello, wait. We got raided. We got raided. Hello, Dave. Hello, Dave. And thank you to Valhalla Waits for the raid. We are now currently watching a cop testifying vaguely about an alleged shooting of Lil Wayne's tour bus. Coincidentally, a few days ago, Lil Wayne urged people to listen to his new song with Young Thug. I believe that tells you everything you need to know about what animosity that never existed between Lil Wayne and Young Thug. Goat raid. Goat raid. Tomorrow is a national holiday in Sweden, so I will be going on for quite some time. Still a bit behind the actual trial today.
So with State's Exhibit 3 Echo.
Playing
can
in
you orient the jury
1.5
to,
speed.
Where,
Let me know
anywhere in
if
this
it's
photograph
going to
is compound. And if you want, maybe it may help you. There's a screen kind of behind you. To the left. It's better, maybe more clear, better quality in this photograph.
The compound's gonna be located in between where like the wooden like fence structure is.
Okay. And what I may do is we'll kind of work together with, I'm gonna give you this pointer, all right?
All right.
And there's a bigger screen up there. That way.
What's the holiday occasion? Tomorrow is May 1st. It's the International Workers' Day. So in Sweden, we have May 1st off. Today is the Saint Walburga Day, which is just another reason for us to drink. Hint, hint. Oh, I didn't say that. It's 7:30 p.m. my time. If you want to support my channel with a bit of cash in super chats, gifted memberships, or via PayPal, at the $50 mark, I will roll the Wheel of Regrets. If you are completely new here and wonder, what's that? What's that? It's this. Every time we hit $50, combined, I will spin the wheel and do what the wheel says. For instance, had we been there, this is what you would have forced me to do. And the gin in question is Vin Organic Navy Strength Gin at 57.1% alcohol. But we aren't at $50 yet, so nope. Let's get back to the trial.
You and jury can all follow along. You can kind of orient to where the part compound is in 3 Echo.
It's gonna be right here to the right hand side.
Now, you said that this main street is graded.
Correct.
What is that side street to the immediate left?
That's gonna be 11th Street.
Now, in 3 Echo, okay, can you point out 11th Street for the jury?
Yes, I've restocked my
on the left side of the picture.
Okay. Now, do you see where, in general, you were stationed on April 26, 2015?
Correct. I was standing right there on the corner of that picture on 11th Street and Verde Avenue.
Can you point, show kind of where you were?
It's gonna be right here.
Okay. Now, I'm going to publish this exhibit 4 Echo. So you, is this photograph we were just looking at, can you orient us to this photograph?
That's gonna be the fence area right there on the right hand side.
Is the compound?
Yes.
And that's Brady Avenue, the street right there?
Correct.
Now, on April 26, 2015, you see where there's that, I think it's a black Nissan kind of between that building and the fence?
Yes.
Kind of tucked back, you see that?
Yes.
What would this area be used at on April 26, 2015?
That was the area for the VIP, also known as the section line.
Okay.
And just for reference, this incident, the Lil Wayne incident, resolved back then. People went to prison, people took plea deals, people did their time. This is just a second bite at the apple through the Georgia RICO Act to get more people convicted for stuff other people already was convicted of. And no one of the defendants in this trial was ever charged in the Lil Wayne incident. Welcome to Georgia RICO.
Now, I'm going to, and is this where you are right here? Is this near, far from where you were stationed?
It's right across the street.
I'm going to publish these exhibits 5 Echo. So with 5 Echo, you had mentioned earlier that this area has developed. You see all that grass and shrubbery to the left?
Yes.
Is that how this area looked right across from the compound back in?
Yes.
What's there now?
That's gonna be the apartment building.
Okay. And from when you got on shift to when you left, is this area, this intersection where you worked primarily that night?
Yes.
And if you were to go all the way up 11th Street, is that 11th Street to the left of this photograph?
Correct.
What street would you run into?
Hal Mill.
And back then, where would people park when they were attending the nightclub?
They would utilize the streets and they also park in the lots around the area as well.
I'm going to publish 6 Echo. What is that up on the hill on the upper right side of 6 Echo?
I believe it used to be like a car on detail shop.
Okay. And could people park on both Brady Avenue and 11th?
Correct.
And from this point of view, do you see that fence you're talking about where the compound is?
Correct.
Can you point out to the jury where the compound is in this photograph?
It's going to be up on the upper left-hand side of the
You
picture.
can stand up if you need to.
Okay.
Upper left hand?
Yes.
And so I'm going to, where this night was Detective Dennis in relation to where you were?
We were standing at that corner at 11th and Brady, right here where the truck is.
Okay. Now, I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibits 8 through 31, Echo. Okay, defense counsel wants to see. Matches. Right. 31.
I just remembered something. I think I owe Brandon 2 spins from Friday. I'm not entirely sure if it's 1 or 2 or something like that. So, folks, here's your free spin on the wheel. Dun 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 dun. It's a vodka shot! Jesus Christ. Friday, this bottle was almost full. Holy crap, Friday was interesting. Do I have any more? All right. Hey, vodka shot. Cheers, folks. And it's 7:38 p.m. here. So, cheers. Back to the trial.
Eight through, just look through 8 through 31 Echo, and when you get done, just look up. What is 8 through 31 Echo?
It's currently how that area looks at 1008 Brady. Or 11th and Brady.
And how do you recognize it?
From being in the area.
And would referencing those assist your testimony in the jury here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, are they fair application how Brady Avenue Electric works present?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to tender the evidence, states exhibits 8 through 31 Echo for demonstration purposes.
Any objection to states 8 through 31 Echo? All right, they're admitted and they be published as you see fit, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump around a little bit with how those numbers are. But we're going to start with 22 Echo. So, I mentioned Lil Wayne's having guest appearance. What is this structure we see in 22 Echo?
That's going to be one of the entrances to the club.
Okay. And you were just discussing, but is this how the area works present day?
Correct.
And is that structure, is it any different, or is there any difference from back on the night of April 26th?
Oh, wait. I have to show you guys something. For you who recently joined us. Hold on a second. You will find this amazingly funny. Amazingly funny. Listen to this. Let's see here.
Would give just a minute. We have a unique situation here. We have an investigator, Gaither, who
This was yesterday.
testified that she spoke to certain witnesses and wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand.
He's leaning
I am
forward.
telling you as an officer of
And
the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement. I believe the state's on it.
let's listen to that again.
Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement.
Yeah, Judge apparently is full of hot air. He's so full he has to let some out in court with the microphone on. Here's a don't press out. Don't trust a fart you have to press out that way. One, it will never be silent. And two, accident may happen. Yeah, I just wanted you to see that. Let's get back to the trial again.
Still the same.
Okay. Now, back then, would this be like a front entrance, a side entrance? What kind of entrance would this be?
That'll be the general mission line.
Okay. Do you remember how much it was to get in there back then?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, you see where there's this, I think is that a bike lane on the roadway?
Yes.
And you see those cones?
Yes.
Was that right outside the entrance to the compound back in April 26, 2015?
No.
What was there?
It will be parking and there will also be some gates for the entrance to get into the club.
Okay. Now, when you say gates, is this like gates you see at like a baseball game, like to tell you where to go, lines for like a concert?
Correct.
Okay. So like gates that come up to like your waist?
Yes, directional gates, correct.
And would you have one line, multiple lines? How would that work?
There'll be multiple lines.
Okay. And would some cars be able to park on this part of Brady Avenue?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 20 Echo. Is this another view of the front entrance to the compound?
Yes.
Now, present day, well, I'll say back then, was that fence
I've
structure
had-
still there?
Yes.
Good to
And
see you.
can you kind of explain, is the compound, is it indoor and outdoor? What is, if you were to walk right through these doors, what would be behind you?
It'll
This
be like a open
is
area for like
really stupid.
outside parties during the summertime.
Okay.
Want to
Was there any
shake the
seating or
head a
anything back
bit.
there?
Yes, it was couched outside.
And you see
See
those
if-
numbers, 1008,
Yes.
what is that signal?
That's the address for 1008 Brady Avenue.
And I'm gonna turn to 18 Echo.
Oh, we're not
You
that
see
far
building
behind
back
after
behind
all
the fence,
because
kind
they're
of towards the left?
on lunch.
Yes.
What is that?
Ah.
building?
That's going to be the actual main part of the compound.
And is this a closer in view of the front entrance to the compound?
Correct.
Now, would there be security at this part of the compound on April 26th?
Correct.
Yep.
Would there be security at that VIP side entrance we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I need to clip that
I'm turning
and
to
make
24 Echo.
a
Is this another
shot
view of looking down
or a
Brady Avenue?
short
Yes, that's
out
going
of
to be
it.
And is this looking towards, what's the first street you see that mark on the side frame?
Yeah, so that's going to be the corner of 11th and Brady.
So from where you were stationed, how far close were you from the front entrance to the club?
Approximately like 20 yards.
Now, this may be hard to see, but you see, very back, you see like it looks like a bluish sign, you go all the way down Brady?
Yes.
And can you point out for the jury kind of where that is? And what I think you tell me if I'm wrong, stop sign?
Yes, that's a firm. That's going to be a stop sign at the intersection of Brady and 10th Street.
Okay, so it goes 11th Street, 10th Street.
Correct.
Turning to 15 Echo, is this that area that you were stationed at that night? Or roughly?
It's going to be the general area.
Okay. And that's the compound on the right that you talked about?
Yes.
Now, back then, you see where it says opium on that building?
Yes.
What was that, is that part of the compound or was it back on April 26, 2015?
No, it was not part of the compound.
16E is zoomed in. If someone was coming through this VIP entrance you discussed, where would they go once they walk through that gate right there?
There was two doors
On the right or left?
on the right-hand side,
And where was security personnel stationed for people entering the compound through this way?
right beyond them gates.
And this is another picture of that?
Correct.
Now, 8 Echo, do you see where you were stationed that night in 8 Echo?
Yes, I was stationed at the stop sign, in the area of the stop sign. Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about that night. What time was the event supposed to start? Or what time was, Lil Wayne supposed to appear?
I'm not sure on what time he was supposed to appear, but the club was open from 10 to 3.
10 to 3. And when you first got there, had Lil Wayne arrived yet?
No,
Do you remember him ever arriving at some point while you were on shift?
I don't recall him arriving.
Okay. As in, like, did you ever personally see him arrive and realize he got
No,
there? Now, I'm gonna publish 29 Echo. Do you know where is this? What side street is this right here?
that's gonna be the intersection of 10th and Brady.
Okay. Now, do you know or remember learning how Lil Wayne got to the compound in his entourage?
It was gonna be on the tour bus.
Okay. Do you know where that tour bus parked?
It was somewhere in that area over there.
And by over there, can you point to the jury where it was?
Right here.
Okay. And just to orient the compound where you were stationed, would that be to the right or left on 29 Echo?
It'd be to the right.
Okay. And when he got there, for someone to make a guest appearance, what part of the closet did he come in?
The VIP side.
Okay. When he arrived and came in, did you, was there any issues when he got there?
No,
Was anyone threatening him or anything when he arrived?
not that I can recall.
Now, where you were stationed, what was the crowd like that night while you were on shift?
It was steady busy. It was just like, it was a lot going on, but it was calm for the most part.
And was it comparative, like size-wise, was the crowd average, larger, smaller? Did you almost like you worked at combat?
It was a little above average.
And were people like clamoring to get in or jumping over fences? What was it like for people waiting outside?
Oh, it was calm. Everybody was just trying to basically get into that club.
But when your shift first started, did you have any issues at the beginning part of the shift with any patients?
No.
Did that ever change?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 11 Echo. Was there ever part of the night, or can you tell the jury what happened while you were working at corner of 11th Avenue and Grade on April 26th? What happened?
No,
While working that night between, I want to say probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock time frame,
lunch.
we observed a group of males, about 25, 30 males, loitering in the area of 11th and Brady right there. We basically told the male he had to leave. When the artist came out, I guess they got word somehow.
Oh,
Not
the
sure how.
covering.
He was,
Here's the thing.
I'll say objection.
This witness sits right at the law and C word.
Where it was that you first saw.
And I think you want to see the guy.
it was going to be at the corner of 11th and Brady.
And where were you stationed roughly when you first saw
So
it?
if I do
In the
this,
same vicinity.
Okay. What first drew your attention to this group of males?
oh,
Basically, they were just hanging out on the corner,
Okay.
and we saw them, and it was just, it just looked out of, it wasn't ordinary, basically, put like that.
Now, do large groups usually appear at the club
you can still
that time of
see
night?
him when
No.
I do this.
What time was it again at the club closed?
At 3.
And in that group, was it females, males, a mixture?
I just recall males.
Okay. And what do you remember them doing, like you first see them?
No consent. This case will create a lot of precedents in appellate courts. Yeah, maybe, but maybe also for the wrong reasons. It might be the case that the appeals court and the Georgia Supreme Court says all of this is allowed. And then you have precedents who says prosecutions, you can do whatever the fuck you want in a trial. No worries. From this date, only the prosecution has rights and the defendants have no rights at all. That is the risk. But then again, it might finally get the Georgia RICO to the US Supreme Court, so they can overturn it in its entirety.
After seeing it, what are they doing?
After we initially told them to leave the location, when they started running towards the area where the tour bus was, they were basically just yelling and yelling, basically.
And when you say we, was there other AD officers nearby you?
Correct.
Now, when you say they were yelling, like, what were they doing?
They were just yelling. I'm not exactly 100% sure what they were yelling as far as all of them, but they were just being basically just going ranting and raving, I guess you want to say.
Now, when you all officers approached them, where were you trying to get them to go, or
We were trying to get them to go back towards 11th Street.
what direction were they heading towards?
At the time when we tried to get them to go back towards 11th Street, they were going towards 10th Street.
Okay. And when you said rain and raving, what makes you say that? Like, what were they doing to? Yeah. Can you explain that a little more?
Basically, it was just like, not Random Reagan. It was like,
Very good. Objective cause of speculation. And ask an answer. You all right? I will respond.
Hold on a second, sir. I'm an oral objection. You can answer.
Oh, no curse and missed out the judge. Let's play it again.
Situation. We have an investigator Gaither who testified that she spoke to certain witnesses and wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement.
Oh, that's still too funny.
Now you guys time. What was the group?
they were just like being disruptive. And they were making like gestures, disruptive gestures, basically.
What do you mean by disruptive gestures?
Like they were trying to get towards to the area where the bus was located at.
Okay. And so looking at 11 Echo, what would the bus, can you kind of describe where the group was directing this to? Like where would the bus be in relation to this photograph?
It'll be to your right.
And I'm gonna, sorry, 11 Echo, so did you recognize anyone in that group?
Yes, at the time I recognized Pee Wee.
Okay, and you said Pee Wee, do you know what his name is? Is that nickname?
Yeah, it's a nickname. I know him from the club since he's to Atlanta over time.
Okay. What was Pee Wee doing when you saw him?
We will still
He
have,
was
we have to
basically the
endure
leader of the
this
group. He was in
for.
front, yelling out, "I've seen you."
Oh.
You don't have a response to that.
Yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, what SEO is a co-conspirator statement? I'm having a person mention if I need to.
How much your coach?
And it's sidebar counter 159. Oh, this is too funny. Oh. Let's see what happens. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet. I think I deserved it. Oh, and here comes Legal Vices. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Now Jeff is getting to bed because he's covering the Karen Reed case. We are currently watching sidebar counter 159. 5 months of trial and 159 sidebars. Vices Raid. Hello, folks. What is going on now in the Young Thug trial is an officer is testifying about the Lil Wayne incident where his tour bus was shot up about a decade ago. Coincidentally, on Monday on the show, Lil Wayne told his audience to go watch his new song with Young Thug. And by the way, for you new viewers, this tour bus shooting, people already went to prison for it. They took plea deals, they spent time. That was handled a decade ago. But it's still allowed in this RICO trial against 6 defendants who had nothing to do with that incident. That's the Georgia RICO. They allow second bites at the apple with worse evidence. Because the prosecution only have to allege a criminal conspiracy in order to get everything in one more time. Georgia RICO even allows things that is not even a crime in as evidence. And if you just joined, hit the thumbs up. You already know this. You came from Jeff. You know the drill. You know the drill. Let's skip ahead until the end of this sidebar because it's unnerving. And they are back. That was a long one.
That
I was boomer moment. Yeah, okay, boomer moment. Oh, yes. This happened yesterday in the trial. Pay attention.
Those interviews. Okay, that was her
Judge
testimony on
leans
the stand.
forward and
I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement. I believe this.
let's play that again.
Those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement. I believe the state.
He thought he could sneak one out, and it was caught. Oh. Yeah, don't force a fart. Number one, it won't be silent. Number two, it might be too wet. Let's get back to today's trial.
Question was, what was he used? He saw him, answered. He was basically the leader of the teams in the front, yelling obscene. And he didn't finish.
Okay, that's to the objection. As mentioned earlier, I will overrule the objection for the basis given the court's current ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'll give you continuing objection. Okay.
What did you hear you say right here?
After we told them to leave and they were going back up towards 11th Street, Pee-wee yelled out, "This is my city, keep fucking around, and we'll spray the bus." And that's when Pee-wee took off running up 11th Street.
Now, when you heard that, what did you take it to mean when you said spray bus?
And then he's gonna shoot the bus up.
And I want to approach you with one exhibit, 32 Echo.
Mr. Jingles is covering this witness because he's sitting right at the law and seaward.
This counsel, I'm handing the witness what's been marked as 32 Echo.
Good.
Do you recognize or take a look at that? And what is 32 Echo?
It's gonna be Pee-wee
And how do you recognize him?
from the club scene in Atlanta.
Is it a fair and accurate picture of how he looks?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, statement was tender and evidence 32 Echo.
Any objection to 32 Echo? All right, 32 Echo is admitted to be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 32 Echo, is this, you can do it as Pee-wee?
Correct.
Okay. Is his name Jimmy Winfrey? Do you know that?
Yes, that's correct. Jimmy Winfrey's.
And when he made the statement about spraying the bus, how far away from you was he?
Probably about like 10 feet away.
Okay. Did he say it quietly, loudly, softly? How did he say it?
He yelled it out loud.
Was it clear what he said?
Yes.
When he
Do you
said
have
it,
a recording
was
of
there
this?
anything concealing who he was, like a mask or anything like that?
No.
Now, after he said that, or let me ask you this. While this is going on with the group of males, I'm going to publish 25 Echo and what Winfrey said, did anyone from Lil Wayne or their entourage exit the compound near this time? Come outside.
Not in front of 11th and Birdie, no.
Okay, where would they have come out at?
Down by 10th Street.
Okay. And when he made that statement, who was he looking towards or?
He looking towards the corner of 10th and Brady Avenue, excuse me.
Okay.
When he yelled it
And
out.
10th and Brady, in this photograph, you see where there's that white vehicle kind of down the way? Is that the intersection of 10th and Brady?
Yes, that's gonna be the area of it.
And where this little small cone is that kind of where you would have been?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anyone else in the group other than Jimmy?
No.
After hearing that, what did you do?
I advised Investigator Dennis what he had just said, but people had took off running up 11th Street at that time.
Okay, so I'm going back to 11 Echo. Would he take up
Nobody else heard it, and there's no.
Yes, he ran up towards Howard Mill on 11th Street past that stop sign.
Okay. Now, when he took off running, was he running? Was it slow, fast, a jog? How would you describe it?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was his demeanor when he made the statement? Was he calm? Was he smiling? Was he sad? Was he angry? What would you describe him when he made the statement?
I don't recall. It was just, I don't recall.
Okay. Was he by himself when he made the statement or other people around?
Much Campbell's.
When he made the statement, I think when he made the statement, he's with the whole crew.
And do you recall any gestures or anything that anyone that Winfrey or anyone in that crowd was making?
No.
What did, after he went up 11th Street, did you ever see him again?
Yes, probably about between 2 to 5 minutes later, people came back down 11th Street towards Brady, driving a white and color Z28 Camaro, and he stopped at the stop sign while I was standing in the middle of the street of 11th and Brady.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 6 Echo. Where were you when? Is this Brady and 11th Street?
Correct.
Where were you when you first saw him in this vehicle?
They are showing Google Earth pictures because there's only this guy's words for it, and that was enough for people to take for Pee-wee to take a plea deal.
Where that white line is in the picture, excuse
Can
me.
you cover jury?
Right up here.
Okay. And where was any other officers nearby you?
Dennis was probably like 15 yards away from me.
Can you point to where Dennis was?
He was gonna probably be right here where the double yellow lines are.
Now, I want to also approach you with one more photograph. Your Honor, I've shown defense counsel 33 Echo. I'm approaching Senior Patrol Officer Timmy. Can you take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's gonna be a light and color Z28 Camaro.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of how that vehicle that you saw looked on April 26th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state's going to tender for launcher purposes 33 Echo.
Any objection to 33 Echo, gentlemen?
They just
All right, 33
came
Echo is
back
admitted
from
to be
lunch,
published. Did you
and
see
we
that?
have maybe
So,
10 minutes
Echo,
of
you
this.
said, I'm gonna.
So we
you
are
just said
more or
wrong.
less
That,
up to
did you say that
speed.
the car was, where were you, or where was the car when you first saw it? Right there? Okay. I'm gonna publish 33 Echo. Let me get this back to you. Is that vehicle look like the car that Jay Winfrey was in that night you saw him?
Correct.
And when you saw him, I'm going to go back to 6 Echo. How much time had passed since he ran up 11th Street when you saw him in that car? Like, was it minutes? Was it hours?
It was between 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay. And when you saw him, what if I am you? Is the car coming on my right side or left side?
I was on the I was standing in the middle of the street, so I was gonna be on the driver's side.
Okay. What I'm going to do is, Your Honor, I have what I'm gonna mark as 6 Echo Alpha. It is the exact same photograph as what's published on the screen. 6 Echo, I'm gonna have as drawn. So SBO for me, I'm approaching you 6 Echo Alpha, and I'm gonna give you a sharpener. If you could, can you can you kind of annotate on that where you were, where the car was, and where Detective Tate was? And is that 6 Echo Alpha that you're writing on Is that, other than your writing, the same photograph as 6 Echo is published on the screen?
Correct.
What did you,
Um,
can you kind of describe to the jury using the pointer what you drew on 6 Echo Alpha?
yes, I put the car exactly where the white line is, and then I put myself right there below the car, and then I put Investigator Dennis in the middle of the street.
Okay, so you said you put, is this the white line you were talking about with the car?
Correct.
And where, you tell me where to stop, where you would have been?
Right there beside the white line.
Okay, like here?
Not over.
Here? This way? Okay, you would have been here.
Right there.
Got it. And where would Dennis have been?
In the middle of the street by the manhole cover.
Okay, by here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was his window down or up?
It was down.
Okay. What did you see when he drove past you?
I saw a black assault rifle, butt up in the air, and with the
There is no such thing as an assault rifle, but it's allowed in this court to reference any gun that looks threatening, as if there is such a thing as non-threatening guns. But here we are.
of the weapon pointed towards the ground of the car.
Okay, so was the gun in the passenger side of the vehicle?
Correct.
And so the muzzle was down and you said the magazine was up?
No, the butt of the gun.
Okay, butt of the gun. And you said a black assault rifle. Do you know a common gun that it resembled?
Assault rifle. I can't give you a maker model.
That's fair. How close were you to the car when you saw black assault rifle?
I was right there, like a foot, less than a foot.
Now, did Mr. Winfrey, did he say anything or look over at you in any way when he drove past?
He looked at me. He said something to me, but I don't remember what it was. And then once I noticed the gun, I invited Dennis to stop the car, and that's when Pee-wee sped away, going northbound on Brady Avenue towards Howell Mill.
Okay. Now, how quickly were you able to advise Tyler Dennis?
It was like seconds.
And what did you tell Investigator Dennis?
That I saw the gun in the passenger seat.
Did he have a reaction to that?
I don't recall.
I sustain the objection.
Was there any steps made to try to detain that vehicle that went through the driveway?
I don't recall anything else happening.
Now, you said he sped off down Howell Mill. I'm gonna show you, this 23 Echo is, now we talked about that wooden front entrance to the compound earlier.
Yes.
Where is that in relation to 23 Echo?
Right in front of it.
So would it be to the right or left?
That'd be to the left.
Okay, so you see where that street pole is, kind of on the sidewalk? To the bottom left of the 23 Echo?
Yes.
Is the compound with the two doors, the wood structure, is that to the left?
Yes, it's gonna be to the left hand side of it.
And after you drove by you, assault rifle, you traveled
North on Brady.
north
Yes.
And does Brady Avenue, as it currently does back then, have this kind of curve around?
Correct. And it runs into Howell Mill.
Was he, after he drove by you, was he driving slowly, quickly?
He sped off.
Okay. And you had testified earlier that present day, this area looks a lot different. Was this large apartment complex or building?
No, that was not there.
Now, you stated earlier that you had been working at the compound. Well, how many years roughly were you working at the compound between or before April 26th? Like 2 years, 5 years, 10 years?
Probably about 5.
Okay. And you had been working there a couple times a month?
Correct.
Okay. How many times in that span have you ever witnessed someone with an automatic weapon?
Never.
How many times since working there did you ever hear someone threaten to spray a bus?
Never.
I sustain the objection.
SBO Finney, did you ever write a supplemental report to this afterwards?
Yes.
How did that come about?
After basically 30 days that went by, I was called about the incident, and they advised me to do a supplemental report to what I saw that day, and that's how the report came about.
And did you do you know if Investigator Dennis did he ever have any involvement with any follow-up with this?
I'm not aware. I'm not sure.
And have you ever had to write at the compound that you've been working a supplemental report after?
No clear sense says I'm behind, but what crimes were done in the furtherance? It was never stated. It will be if you're a bit behind. The expert witness claimed on the stand it was in furtherance of it. That was former detective investigator Sergeant Goatbeard, who said that. And but we also know that she left Atlanta Police Department in 2020, so she haven't been a cop for 4 years. We also learned that she haven't been in a gang unit since 2017. That's 7 years ago. We also learned that she got a job at the neighboring county's public or prosecutor's office, district attorney's office. She stayed for 2 months and then she walked. We also found out that the CV that was provided to the defense and the court before she took the stand was false. And the prosecution handed the correct CV over to the defense today, around an hour before she took the stand for the 4th day. And the judge still allowed this witness to act as an expert witness. That is the level of absolute fuckery from Judge Fartface.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's over 8 p.m. here. I'm going to pour myself a whiskey.
How, so in present day,
Proper glass.
or let me ask you this, after this incident, how do you view what that night present? Like, how were your nerves during this?
I stay objection.
Also, that's not evidence.
I stay the objection.
Do you have some memory of what happened that night at the event?
Yes, Your Honor, bolstering self-serving and needs to testify.
Overruled, sir.
Yes, I have. I mean, the biggest thing about that whole situation was the gun being in the car and all them guys on the corner on loitering.
And other than, compared to other nights you worked at the compound, why does it stick out?
Because they could have went south if we weren't out there.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we have any further examination, how about we take some lunch? Okay, all right.
Let's see if they had
Do
some
that.
issues before lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury's left us. Officer Finney, we'll see you back at 1:45, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Don't discuss testimony anybody except the attorneys in this case, all right? Okay? Okay. All right, our witnesses left us. Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to make an objection. I'm objecting to the both question and response.
In regards to what?
In regards to the witness testifying that this could have quote gone south. It goes to future dangerousness. I think that's impermissible. I would ask that last question and response be struck, and also that curative instruction be given to the jury to disregard that statement and not consider it in any way in their deliberations.
All right.
Your Honor, SBO Finney is the sole witness who heard Amy Winfrey, the state college, make the statement of spraying the bus. Furthermore, he is the witness who saw him with an assault rifle a couple minutes later. So his credibility as the single eyewitness is paramount to if the jury believes that Jay Winfrey made that comment and had an assault rifle in that vehicle. There's obviously other evidence, other witnesses that will come out that Jay Winfrey in fact did spray up the bus in that vehicle with an assault rifle. All that aside, his credibility is the reason that the state asked that question is why does it stick out to him 9 years later? And compared to any other night at the compound, what SBO Finney had expressed to me is stuck out because he realized the seriousness of it. Here's someone make a statement to shoot the bus. He sees that same person a couple minutes later drive by with an assault rifle with the butt up and muzzle down, driving off quickly, and he knows in present day that the bus was shot. And so his memory of it sticks out more so than just someone who made a threatening gesture at the end of closing time or something like that. It has a different seriousness to it. That's why the state asked it. that's why the state feels it's relevant. It certainly does not think the jury instruction needs to be passed, because the jury ultimately is the fact finder that has to determine.
Mr. Adams, I'm going to overrule your objection, okay? I'll note it for the record.
Just very quickly, Judge, just as very brief response that it is not relevant. He did testify to the factual aspect of what happened that night. He testified about the assault rifle. He testified about his observations. He testified about what was said. There is no necessity. There's no relevance to the jury hearing this officer's testimony and speculation about the fact that the court could have gone south. It does, in fact, go to future dangerousness.
It doesn't go to future genders, sir. I disagree with you about that.
Like I said, other than the death penalty case, that type of statement is not relevant, certainly not in this circumstance. So I would renew my objection. I would ask for a curative instruction after his question and statement.
All right, I'm going to overrule your objection, sir, and your request. I'll note it for the record. And we'll go ahead and continue examination of Officer Finney when we get back, okay? All right, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right. And we can do magic here by jumping ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Sharks are back there. Where's Miss Love? Okay, yeah, since
we are now
Atkins is examining the witness
15
anyways.
minutes
Okay,
behind.
all right.
I told you we would catch up. Because this judge has so many breaks and so
Okay,
long
counsels,
lunches.
I'm going to call for our jurors in just a minute. Let me go ahead and just put a couple things on the record. We had a bench conference, administrative in nature, was when we recessed to go for lunch, talking about scheduling. Mr. Matthews and Ms. Love were present. Mr. Matthews, I'll let you add anything or delete or recommend any deletions to my message, but we talked about basically the scheduling of witnesses for today, tomorrow, and possibly some hearing some motions, depending upon how the schedule went. Sir, anything else to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to call for our jurors and just I need to cover something with them about their pay. It's very important to them. And then at that point in time, we'll call back our witness
Judge
and continue. Okay.
Is going to tell them they get paid for
sorry, some of our
administrative
jurors,
days
please.
too. Now it's still ridiculous. It's not even minimum wage per day. They get $25 a day. They are not paid lunch. They are not reimbursed for gas or parking. So they are more or less paying to be on this jury, and they have been here for 5 months. But he might give them more pay for lunch. Remember, this jury, when they not agreed, but they were only told this trial would take several months. That's it. We are 5 months in, barely halfway through the state's case in chief. This is witness number 47 out of 206. 5 months, people, for 47 witnesses.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we recall Senior Patrol Officer Finney, let me go ahead and cover a topic that is very important and near and dear to your heart. A dirty 5-letter word, money. Okay, it has been brought to my attention in a note, which I'll mark as the next course exhibit in order, that you are checking on your pay for the following days, March the 28th and 29th, and April the 23rd and 24th. I have made such inquiry. The 23rd of April and 24th of April will be included on your next check, and we will remit for the dates in March on the 28th and 29th. You good? Okay, all right.
Yeah, they get paid for administrative days, but it's still just
one of your members asked about for the next couple of weeks coming through the middle of May. I haven't given you the exact dates as of yet, other than this Friday, of course. Thursday and Friday, we will have some administrative days. To accommodate somebody that has a graduation, we will start at noon on the 14th of May. Noon on the 14th. Will that be sufficient? Okay, all right. Okay, so right now that's the administrator that I have. I'll take up any further questions you all as a group may have at the conclusion of today, okay?
Fair enough? All right, okay. Okay, now back to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, if we can go ahead and here in the defense as well. Gentlemen and ladies, if you could speak directly in your microphones, that would be greatly appreciated. All right. So, Cross. Yes, Mr. Adams, go right ahead, sir.
Cross-examination, finally. Usually, I don't give a flub about the state's case in chief and go directly towards the cross-examination. But now we are almost completely live. So I have done the state's direct examination. It's rubbish and infuriating. And I've seen it for 5 months. Heather Mosher, the jurors never agreed to a 6-month trial. They were only told several months, which is more than a couple of months, more than 2 months. But they were never told 6 months. And they were definitely not told that the prosecution state in case in chief would take a year. At least a year.
Officer Finney, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, you can hear me okay, I presume, right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to do the same thing that the court asked you earlier. Your voice tends to trail off a little bit. So make sure you keep your voice up and speak into the microphone so we can all, especially the court reporter, hear what you're saying. Good?
Gotcha.
All right. Where to start? You are a police officer with the Atlanta Police Department, right?
Correct.
You have been with APD for exactly how long? Remind me.
16 years and like 10 months.
16 years, 10 months?
Correct.
Okay. And you were employed in that capacity back in 2015.
Correct.
I heard you mention that you worked in the Cleveland Avenue area at some point.
No.
No?
I worked at an alternative school on Forest Hill Drive.
Okay. All right. What zone is that?
Zone 3.
Zone 3. Okay. And you were a what they call an SRO, a school resource officer.
Correct.
If I heard you correctly, you were tasked with, of course, providing law enforcement services to the school, right?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to interact with the kids at that school, right?
Correct.
A lot of the kids you had the opportunity to talk to just about any difficulties they had at school and any law enforcement concerns there in the area. True?
Correct.
You would talk to them about gangs, things like that.
Correct.
And if I heard you correctly, one of the things you said is that, the kids were interested and you would talk to them about, staying straight, getting out of the area or getting out of that area. Is that what I heard you say?
Getting out of that school.
Getting out of that school. It's a tough area, right?
The school?
Yeah.
I mean, it's alternative school.
Okay. It's an alternative school because kids go there if they've gotten into trouble at their main school, and they go to the alternative school. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition to working as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you also worked extra jobs, right?
Correct.
Some of those, as I think I wrote, is that you'd work at clubs.
Correct.
You worked at the Dome.
Correct.
And when you're working there, you work as security, but you're still in APD uniform, right?
I work as a police officer.
Yeah, are you assigned there as a police officer? When you say it's an extra job, you're not working as an employee of APD, but you are still a law enforcement officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you would have the same responsibilities as if you were working for APD, right?
Correct.
I mean, you still have to observe, keep people safe, that sort of thing, right?
Correct.
And sometimes those two things overlap in that if you were to make an arrest, for example, at one of your extra jobs, that would be something that you end up investigating or maybe even testifying as in your capacity as an Atlanta Police Department officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the compound. Compound is a club that you were working at and you were working as security, right?
As a police officer, yes.
Right. Okay. Let me not make sure it's not confused. You're a police officer, but you were working there in an overtime or extra job capacity. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Still a police officer, right?
Correct.
All right. Still charged with enforcing the law, right?
Correct.
Still utilizing some of your training that you've received as a police officer.
Correct.
Right. Observing.
Correct.
Right. Identifying potential dangers or threats and that sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Identifying suspicious behavior, right?
Correct.
And acting on it.
Correct.
All right. And so in this case, the compound on April the 26th of 2015, 15. Was that the first time that you worked at the compound, or you worked there before?
I worked there before.
Okay, so you're familiar with it.
Correct.
You're familiar with kind of the traffic and the crowds and that sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and by the way, you know that I represent Jeffrey Williams, right?
Okay.
Do you know Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay. Had you ever seen him at any of the clubs or venues that you did security at?
Yes.
Okay. So you know who he is, right?
Yes, as an artist.
Right. And back in 2015, you knew him. I don't know if you knew him as Jeffrey Williams. You certainly knew he was Young Thug, a rapper, a performer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you'd seen him in that capacity, true?
Correct.
Right. Had you ever seen him at the compound?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you're working at the compound on the night of April the 26th, and I heard you say that you knew that the artist Lil Wayne was supposed to be at the club that night.
Correct.
He was going to do what they call he was making an appearance. Sometimes they call it doing a walkthrough, right?
Correct.
Okay. There wasn't anything specifically, unusual about that. Other artists have done that at the compound before, right?
Yes.
You didn't see when Lil Wayne got there.
No.
You know that there's an area where the tour bus, a bus or whatever's bringing them there to the club would park, and they'd come in through the VIP.
Correct.
Okay. And if I heard you correctly, I don't remember what time you said you got there, maybe between 10 and 11, is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. So you get.
Where he's headed is he was there as a police officer. He witnessed somebody say, "I'm going to spray this up." And this officer did nothing. Which means he didn't take it seriously. Now, it did happen, but he had every opportunity to take that person, call in reinforcement, and book that guy. And he chose not to. At least that is what I believe they were
between 10 and 11, and it's about 2 o'clock, 2:30, when what you've testified to about this commotion, that's when everything kind of goes down, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the people that you saw outside is someone that you've identified as him as Pee Wee.
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, am I correct that you don't know him personally? You all don't hang out or anything like that.
No.
You just know him from other things, you said other entertainment venues you've seen him at?
Just being around the clubs, yes.
The club scene. All right. Would I be correct in that you've seen him at other clubs, other locations on different occasions before then?
Seen him at the compound before, yes.
Okay. He'd been to the compound before too?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw him, what first got your attention, if I heard correctly, was you saw about a group of what you described as 25 to 30, either all males or mostly males, hanging out outside.
Correct.
Right. They were hanging, I think on the photograph you were showing earlier, kind of across the street from the compound. Is that right?
Yes.
On the corner.
Yes.
All right. Now, did you know for a fact that all of those folks were together, or did you just see essentially a group of people?
It was just a large group of them hanging out together.
Okay. Fair to say that the only person that you recognized and knew was Winfrey, Pee Wee.
Yes.
Okay. You're not able to tell this jury what the relationship between him and any of the other 25 or so people were, right?
No.
Just a group of folks on the corner.
Correct.
And the word that you used was that Winfrey appeared to be ranting and raving.
Yes.
He seemed kind of excited.
Yes.
You didn't know why.
No, sir.
You don't know what he was doing there at the club that night.
Have no idea.
I mean, no different than any other night that you'd seen him there before, right?
Correct.
You don't know what his relationship was to anyone inside the club or outside the club.
Correct.
All right. And I take it you don't know him, didn't know him well enough to to know if he had any sort of beef with anyone there that night, right?
Correct.
Okay. The only thing that you know is you see this guy Pee Wee, and he's kind of ranting and raving. He's kind of excitable, and at some point he's heading towards in the direction of where the tour bus would be.
Correct.
Him and some other people.
Correct.
All right. You heard him say something to the effect of, "This my city. Keep fucking around. I'll spray the bus."
Correct.
Now, this is a small difference, but I want to make sure we're accurate here, because earlier when you were testifying for the state, right, you were asked a question about whether he said, "Keep fucking around and we'll spray the tour bus." Remember testifying to that earlier?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would I be correct, though, that what you told your superiors and other folks when you wrote a report is that Winfrey said something to the effect of, "This my city, keep fucking around and I'll spray the bus."
Correct.
Right? He was talking about himself, right?
Correct, yes.
I mean, if you say I as opposed to we,
yeah.
okay. You didn't know why he was saying that.
I have no idea.
You don't know what his beef was or who he had any sort of beef with.
No, sir.
Okay. He wasn't interacting with anyone on the tour bus or at the tour bus at that time when he said that, was he?
No, he was away from the tour bus.
He was away from the tour bus. Okay. Was he saying it to anybody in particular?
I'm not. It was an out loud statement.
Just kind of.
It was a yell statement. Correct.
Okay. And although there were other people around him, they didn't seem to be, I want to say acquiesce. I mean, they weren't egging him on or anything like that. He was just out there talking.
I don't know what anybody else was doing out there.
All right. Nobody throwing up any signs or anything like that.
I have no idea what anybody else was doing out there.
Well, you didn't see
Correct.
anyone doing anything
No,
like
sir.
that. Okay. All right. He was looking in the direction of 10th and Brady. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He takes off running somewhere, right?
Up 11th Street.
Up 11th Street. And then about 2 to 5 minutes later, you see him come driving back down the street in a white vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And as he passes or comes, did he stop at the stop sign?
Yes.
All right. Stops at the stop sign, and you see inside of the car, and you see an assault rifle, or assault gun of some sort that's in the front of the vehicle, right?
Correct.
I wonder if that car had tainted windows. And this is just an afterthought. I'm just putting it out there because every other damn car in this case had tainted windows.
Like on the passenger side seat?
Yes.
Okay. The stock or the back portion of it standing up?
Yes.
Okay. He's in the car by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Nobody else appears to be following him?
Not aware.
Okay. He's in the car. You head towards the car, and then he takes off.
Correct.
Okay. Doesn't say anything that you hear?
No.
Okay. You don't know where he's going?
I have no idea.
Don't know what he was doing? Don't know why he was doing whatever the heck it was he was doing? Right?
Whatever.
Correct.
All right. But you thought that was kind of odd.
Correct.
And so you told Dennis, Investigator Dennis, who was near there with you. He was doing security that night as well?
Yeah.
Okay. You told him what you observed.
Correct.
Investigator Dennis then took off, right?
No.
Okay. What did he do then?
I'm not sure, but he sped away at that point.
Okay. All right. And then did Dennis do anything after that?
I don't recall what Dennis did.
Okay. And that was pretty much it in terms of what you observed that night, right?
Correct.
Okay. You did not have any further involvement in anything that happened after that?
No.
You don't know anything that happened after that?
Correct.
If anything happened, you don't know why it happened after that?
Correct.
Okay. And so the only person that you're really able to tell this jury anything about is what Jimmy Winfrey, what you observed him do that night?
Correct.
Okay. About a month later, someone contacts you, someone from APD, I guess, tell me if I'm right or wrong, contacts you and says, look, you got to write a report.
Correct.
And you did.
Yes.
And everything you put in that report was everything that you just testified.
This guy not only heard him say, I'm going to spray a bus, then he saw a guy with a gun and he never reported it. How about that?
To this jury.
Correct.
All right. You never saw Dwayne Carter, Lil Wayne, that night?
No.
Did you have any interaction with the tour bus or the driver of the tour bus or
No.
anything like that? No? All right. And when you said earlier that this guy Pee-wee, Jimmy Winfrey, seemed like he was leading the group, I presume what you're saying is that he was in front of the group. He was like the main one.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't see him telling anybody else to do anything, did you?
No.
Okay. That's it. All right. That's pretty much what you saw that night.
Correct.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
All right.
Beautiful.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you.
Officer Finney.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you, sir?
Good.
All right. Nice to meet you. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. You testified that you've been an officer, I believe you said 16 years and 10 months. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And at APD, they tell you
Here's a good difference that you might see if you go back to the previous witness. This is technically asked and answered, but the prosecution doesn't object. They did that furiously during the last witness, and the judge allowed them. But to this witness, because he's just there telling what he saw on one specific night. So he has nothing to hide. The previous witness, Miss Goldbeard, had everything to hide. Everything. She testified about reports she had written without showing the actual reports, because those magically disappeared from the precinct. And she was still allowed to testify about them. But the defense was not allowed to ask about them. That is the fuckery of this trial.
teach you how to write police reports, correct?
Correct.
And you are expected as an officer to document your work as a police officer, correct?
Correct.
When you write police reports, you want to make sure you're accurate in your police reports, correct?
Correct.
And make sure you provide details in your police
Correct.
report, correct? Okay. And writing police reports allows you to memorialize facts and observations while they're fresh in your mind, correct?
Correct.
For instance, today, we are asking you, we, the lawyers, are asking you about something that happened 9 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay, and things were fresher in your mind when you wrote your report in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to use an example. Do you have a copy of your report?
Not in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Just mark it and show them what.
Okay,
Mark it as your exhibit.
this will be DS 14.
Show it to the state.
I'm not doing anything. Okay. Is this the report you wrote?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to use an example. Today on direct, when the state asked you questions about what happened, you were not referring to your report. You were not reading your report when you answered the questions, were you?
Correct.
Okay. And you erroneously said that Jimmy Winfrey said, "This is my city, keep fucking around, we'll spray the bus." That's what you testified to, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll defer Ms. Weaver. I don't remember that characterization from you. Mischaracterization, evidence, state's objection.
It's not.
I'll sustain the objection. The jury will just be instructed to do what they heard.
But upon reviewing your report, you have your report in front of you, you can tell the jury that in fact he said, "This is my city, keep fucking around, I'll spray the bus," correct?
Correct.
And that's actually what was said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you were able, because you wrote a report, you were able to make sure your testimony in court was accurate and correct, right?
Correct.
Now, I just want to ask about Mr. Jimmy Winfrey. You recognized him?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Adams clarified about whether he was not telling anyone to do anything, correct? In that group?
Yes, I cannot say that.
Okay. Did he appear intoxicated to you?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair. And you indicated that he was making gestures, Jimmy Winfrey was making gestures, correct?
Correct.
But you did not observe other people making gestures?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw Jimmy Winfrey in that white Camaro Z28 a few minutes later, he was riding by himself, correct?
Correct.
And you observed a gun in the car with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you did not notice any other cars that appeared to be riding in tandem with him, did you?
Correct.
And you didn't know anything like that in your report, did you? Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews, that was a while ago.
Investigator Finney, just have one or two questions for you.
Microphone, please.
Yes, sir. Investigator Finney, I just have one or two questions. Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Is this the first time that you've testified in court on this case?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Now, Why is it that this is the first time, almost a decade later, that he testified about this specific case? Well, because Pee Wee pled. And he spent time in prison for it. So this case is officially solved, prosecuted, punishment, everything. But it is still an underlying act in the RICO trial because Georgia RICO allows it.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. S.P.O. Finney, how, there were some questions on cross about Jimmy Winfrey in relation to the group. You remember that?
Yes.
Why did you determine, or how were you able to determine that Jimmy Winfrey, as you put it, was the leader of that group? What made you say that?
He was standing out. Basically, he was in the front of them, and when he moved, they moved behind him.
And when you saw Jimmy Winfrey, remember there was testimony about you previously had seen him at the compound? When you saw him those previous times, was he with a large entourage?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw him any previous times, did he make any similar statements like you heard him make on April 26th?
No.
If you go up 11th Street, is there any spot where you could park your car up there?
Yes.
And there was some testimony on cross about who did he make this comment towards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was there any other tour buses other than the tour buses of Lil Wayne in that vicinity when he made the comment to spread the buck?
No.
And do you know there's some questions about what he was doing before or after, or what his interaction was with people in the group?
Correct.
Do you know who he spoke with before you saw him outside the compound that night?
No.
Do you know who he spoke with after?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
Mr. Sharp? All right,
That was a quick witness. How about that?
may Officer, Senior Officer Finney be permanently or temporarily excused the witness?
He may be permanently excused.
All right, Officer Finney, I'm going to permanently excuse you, the witness. Thank you for being patient with us today. You're free to go about your usual duties and navigation. Just don't discuss your testimony when anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
How about that?
Sure.
A witness done in less than an hour and a
You have
half.
to mark it. You have to mark it. I marked it as
For this trial, that is amazingly fast.
no, but we have to, since you showed it, we'll just keep it for. All right, stay, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Sharon Latner to the stand.
All right, some of Ms. Latner's, please.
She's been on the stand before, I think. Is that the radio, the 911 girl? Yes, we have Mr. Short as a lawyer and Mr. Short as the judge. For you who have no idea, what are they talking about? We are talking about this.
Interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am
Leaning
telling you
forward
as an
and-
officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement. I believe the state's
That was yesterday. Still funny. He really thought he would get away with it. Oh, let's get back to today's trial. Every time he leans forward, I'm assuming he's blowing off steam.
Turn face starting.
Oh, no, it is a new witness.
I just. Sharon Latners, SHARON, LATNERS.
Good afternoon, Ms. Latner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh.
I'm approaching Ms. Latner's, which once been marked as State's Exhibit 2 Echo Alpha, 2 Echo Bravo, and 2 Echo Charlie.
I wonder who this is. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Oh, Mr. Jingles is here. He hasn't made an appearance on this stream yet after 4.5 hours. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Oh, hello, 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 Mr. Jingles. See, it's look how happy he is when I do this. Look how happy he is. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Now we are all members of Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs, an alleged gang. Hello. Okay. Oh, let's get back to the trial.
Ms. Lattner, I'm going to hand you these 3 exhibits. If you take a moment, Ms. Lattner, just to look over those, and when you are ready, just look up again. What are those, Ms. Lattner?
You have a copy of the CAD report, and you have a copy of the 911 audio.
And is there 2 CAD reports before you?
Yes.
Oh, she's a foundational
Fair
witness.
and accurate depiction of 2 CAD reports and a 911 call from April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to tender the evidence 2 Echo Alpha through subsection Charlie.
Any objection to states 2 Echo Alpha Bravo or Charlie?
Yes, I'm going to object based on confidential clause and also based on cumulative of the.
Is that all 3, sir? As to all 3 exhibits?
As to the 2 CAD reports.
Or I need to, can I see him first?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. The judge have been warning the prosecution for about 2 months now that cumulative evidence that doesn't bring this forward will at one point in time be excluded because it's not necessary, because he wants this trial to end at some point in time, hopefully before he retires. Let's see if this is one of these times. I think not, because so far this judge has taken every turn to let everything in.
Mr. Adams, from the 2 CAD reports are 2 Echo Alpha and Bravo, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can take a look at them. That's why I want to look at it. Is Charlie the audio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to Charlie?
Yeah, I'm going to have the same objection.
Okay. Okay.
And confidential clause.
Can we just, something's coming. Can we just take a brief comfort break just a second? Okay. We'll be in recess.
Recess means they are going to have a tiny, tiny hearing about this. I hope the pool feed in the court acknowledges this. They are letting the jury out. Of what the frick? Law and C word, you absolute twats. What happened? No! No! Trying to find other streams. Let's see, Fox 5 Atlanta. Same. 11 Live. Same. Oh, for frick's sake. Let's see here. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see if I can find anything here? Hold on for a minute. Live. Same. Atlanta news first. Nope. Okay. I guess I have to entertain you in some shape or form until we get something. Comfort breaks 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know why they lost the entire feed. I have to check the tweets to see if there's... Okay, this is interesting. From Kathy Russell. Their photo just texts that the deputy ordered him to turn the camera off. And Sergeant Ingram has ordered all the cameras to shut down and top brass has entered the courtroom. Okay, what's going on in the courtroom for the brass to enter? What actually happened during this comfort break? Now, a few things might have happened. I don't think the defendants have jumped on the judge. I don't think that the witness has jumped the judge. They heard me joking about gassy ass, and now the judge is offended. They might be doing... They can't arrest someone in the courtroom. They can't serve someone in the courtroom. That has to be the judge. I mean, the judge can order someone to be brought out, but I don't think that happened. Brass entered. Now, brass means cops, so it's not medical personnel. Heather Mosher, I don't know. Let's see if Dennis from the Hip Hop Enquirer. He's there with his camera and is not in courtroom. I need to follow him. Okay, one of the jurors had an emergency. Okay, no, is that from today? April 30th? Yes. 8:40, that is 13 minutes ago. Okay. So a juror is having a medical emergency. Now, that would probably end today's trial. That, depending on the emergency, would end tomorrow's, and then Thursday, Friday is administrative days. Oh, I hope the juror is okay. I really do. But if that juror is not okay, that means that we are down to 12 jurors and 2 alternates. And we are not even halfway through the prosecution's case in chief. See if there are any updates. 4 minutes. Nope. Let's see here. Okay, medical emergency is all we have there. That must have been during, because we were about 15 minutes behind. So apparently, when they walked out, something happened. And see here, nothing on Law and Seaward. No, yep. The court feed is down on all channels. court feed is down on all channels, as you can see here. I will try to get a bit more from this. Remember to hit the thumbs up while you're here. I'm trying to, if you're wondering what I'm typing, I'm trying to find information. Hi, Jasmine, you made it right in time for a break. Yeah, infamous Sylvia might have something. Thank you. No. Let's see here. Okay, I have the same information is on infamous Sylvia, that there is a medical emergency with a juror, and that is why court feed is completely down. Now, this means that, well, court is obviously done for today, and we will have to see about tomorrow. And Lawrence chat is saying they are done for today. Okay, Lawrence word. Update. A juror is reportedly experiencing a medical emergency. Cameras has been shut off for this reason. More info coming as available. That is the official statement from Lawrence word. But, folks, if you believe in a higher power, pray for this juror. I don't really care what religion you confess to. If that involves a prayer for good health for a person who is experiencing bad health emergencies, please use one of your prayers for this juror. Now, we can joke around all day about only two alternates and all of that, but if it is a serious medical emergency, that person has precedent. That person needs to be okay. Thank you, Daily. I try. What can I say? I try. In that regard, I have some catching up to do because, as you all know, or most of you may know, I do labor law. I do negotiations, mitigations, witness evaluations, evidence evaluations. Sometimes I'm not a nice person in that regard, at least according to employers. And sometimes I'm right out mean. This is why doing these streams are so liberating for me, because I can be me. when I'm doing work, I have to be work me, if that makes sense. But here, it's just me. So thank you, Rosie. I will wait for 5 more minutes. If nothing happens, Kathy Russon says attorneys are not in the courtroom as of 6 minutes ago. Defendants are. Judge is meeting at his bench with his staff attorney, and she believes the person in charge of jurors. And then this about let's see here. Let's see what Joseph Pup says. Hold on while I do this so you can read it yourself. Eight minutes ago, it appears a juror had a medical emergency, so cameras has been shut off. Doubt they will have a continue on today. Jurors have Thursday and Friday off. I assume they will have Wednesday as well, in some shape or form. There are actually only 3 alternates left, as other has reported. But I have heard different opinions about that. Jurors don't know who is an alternate and who is a trial juror. Okay, that's about all the information I have on this. Let's go back to Kathy Russon. Yep, no new information there. Let's see what Thug Daily says. Okay, he has no additional information. And cameras are still off. Yes, Shanagram, they had been excused for a break, and apparently during that break, a medical emergency happened, because we saw about 7 minutes of the court cam showing the wall, and then poof, turned to this. So that is what we know. And let's see here, it is 9 p.m. here, which means it is 3 p.m. in Atlanta. So no, there will not be court today. Yes, Daily. I agree. Okay. There's really nothing we can do here except offer our prayers. As I said, I don't care what religion you confess to. If it has prayers to good health and recovery, please use a prayer to this juror. And I would assume that that this court will, if this happened in front of the rest of the jurors in the jury room, I would assume that they are quite shocked. So I assume something will be dealt with that. I don't think we will have court tomorrow. But if we do, I will stream tomorrow. But I can't do much more here. Oh, here. So for that reason, thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to interpret this trial with snark, words, cursive words, and everything. Thank you for the super chats and gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I will at least have an update tomorrow about this scenario, at least. But until then, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.